Coming to you live from my apartment, it's Rob Has a Podcast. And now here's the guy who's ready to frolic in the Garden of Eden. I am Rob Cesternino. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Top 40 Survivor Season Countdown. Top 5, baby. The number 5 season of all time as voted by the listeners of Rob Has a Podcast. Survivor China. Here we go. Very excited to be here tonight. 4 weeks from tonight, we'll talk about the number 1 Survivor season of all time as we begin our march through Top 5, baby. And we are joined here by the co-hosts of the Love Island RHAP Up, which has just recently wrapped. First, let's welcome in a man that we talked to most recently during Survivor South Pacific. Let's welcome Brian Scally. Scally, how are you?
Hey, Rob. I am great. I'm excited to be here to talk about Survivor China, but I will say that the podcast has made me too recognizable. My job has told me I have to work the night shift from now on. I haven't even been able to go to any field hockey games.
Oh my God.
I know everyone's walking by. Hey, Scally. Hey, Scally. Hey, Scally. So if anyone has a spare $50,000 laying around, give me a call. Otherwise, doing great, Rob.
Do you do any sort of other tasks? Can we reassign you?
I would say that I'm just a podcaster, only a podcaster. I have nothing else to go back to.
Not a custodian.
No, not quite.
Yeah. All right, Brian, good to have you back. And then making a return to the Top 40 Countdown after I think it was only the 10th best season. When we talk about Millennials versus Gen X. 12. Who can count? It's Courtney McInnes.
Speaking of who can count, not me. I'm worried that after this, children will recognize me, which is not good because I actually hate kids.
Yes. Do we have a lot of children that listen to the countdown?
I don't think they should be allowed to listen when I'm on. So I found out recently someone's child was watching my Twitch stream, and I was like, "This is not right. This isn't good."
Yeah.
Yeah, but I sometimes have been known to swear from time to time.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Bad
Parental
influence.
Discretion is advised here as we're back tonight to talk about Survivor China, the number 5 season of all time. Looking forward to getting into it. Just spoiler alert, Scally and Kirsten say number 5 too low.
That's right.
Very much so.
Yeah.
About 4 spots too low for me personally.
4 spots too low. I saw that. I did. Somebody told me today I got I always like to highlight some of the feedback that I get on the countdown, and I almost responded to this one. Somebody responded, a Twitter user named Maggie. I tweeted out, "Congratulations, Survivor China, for being voted the 5th best season of Survivor." This person did a retweet with comments, "Oh, F off."
All right, you found my burner, Rob. It's fine.
I came close to engaging of like, what did I do?
You just put up a poll and people voted. I thought you were going to bring up the person who replied to the tweet saying it should be in the 10 to 15 range. And my response to them actually is, "Oh, F off." So it works.
Okay. We'll talk about it all here tonight, and then we will get into more of your feedback this Thursday on the Patron Feedback Show. The great Randy Newpel and Rosie DeMario will join us on the Patron Feedback Show. That's coming up on Thursday at 4 Eastern. If you want to join us live in the Rob Has a Podcast Patron Facebook group, and of course, all those podcasts go into our Patron podcast feed. Also, at the end of this podcast, we'll tell you what the number 4 season is of all time later on in this podcast. And then people can debate about that on Reddit in a thread that's supposed to be talking about this podcast. Okay. All right.
I think we all need to simmer down. It's going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
You only have 5 more left, including this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the entire YouTube comments can be all about what is number 4 next week. That's what we have the comment section for. All right. So
if they're not being mean to me, I'm happy.
That's fine.
There you go.
All right. Survivor China. Here we are. 2007's fall offering from CBS, won by the great Todd Herzog, a masterful game played by Todd. Scally, tell me, why is China number 1 for you?
So for me, when I'm reevaluating Survivor seasons or most shows that I've seen for the first time, I'm looking at how do I enjoy them on a rewatch. And number one for me on a rewatch is always going to be characters. So I really like China because I go back and sure, there are not the biggest moves in China. It is not a group of 16 strategists playing their optimal games at every turn, but almost every single person on this cast I think is a big hit in terms of casting. I think that there's a lot of great characters here, not necessarily people that I'm like dying to see back, but for a one and done, like very enjoyable for me. I really like the location. So overall I think that China is a great season to rewatch for sure.
Kirsten, how about for you?
Well, first and foremost, Scally does make all my decisions for me, so that does weigh heavily into my Survivor rankings. But it's just so fun. Like, even when they have like a total creepo, it's still framed with like a funny joke from Courtney. Like it's so light, it's so fun. Like I was like, should I watch it twice? Like there's just so many like little things that you can pick out of every single episode that just bring a smile to your face. Like I just don't know how it wouldn't be up there for you. I do think it's probably not my number one just because I can't allow a season with Zhan Robert to be number one because he is a certified creep.
And he is around for a lot. And of the, I've watched 36 seasons. I think that you actually get like quite a bit of Zhan Robert and his behavior throughout this entire season.
Yeah, like he acts really gross and it's seen on the show. And then the number of scenes you get where Courtney's like, I'm really uncomfortable and the way he treats me is bad and he's really mean to me. And other people are just like, whatever, he's in my numbers. Whatever. That brings it down just a little bit for me. But other than that, I can't really think of anything that makes me too upset about the season.
Yeah.
Other than just enjoying the season, do either of you have a special connection with this in terms of when it was airing?
I have a kind of weird one because I obviously came into Survivor late, so I did not watch this as it aired live. But I had my absolute best friend who is no longer with us, rest in peace, Kyle. He loved Todd so much. And he came to school every week the day after Survivor and said, Todd's going to win, Todd's going to win, Todd's going to win. And he stands so hard that it has stayed in my brain since 2007. Just my friend be like, Todd's going to win. And then when Todd won, he was so happy. So then when I did finally make my way to watching China, all I could think about is how happy it made my friend. And like, that brings it up for me as well, which I know that's kind of a weird story, but it matters.
Yeah, not a weird story.
And for me, I've watched Survivor since like points during the first season and then watched very consistently up until I know like you, Rob, like you dropped off for a little. I would say for me, I was in and out during some of the seasons right before Survivor China. And when I came back in on Survivor China, it gripped me. I never left Survivor again. I watched every single like episode, season, everything live ever since then. It's when I feel like I got more involved in like seeking out stuff online a little bit. So China definitely for me holds that spot.
Yeah, Scally, I'm glad you brought that up because this is one of the seasons that I did not watch in the real time. And I'm wondering if maybe because I wasn't there when it was on, if there's any sort of like you had to be there about Survivor China for me. Because I'm wondering, was it ever in doubt that Todd was going to win as you were watching the season for the first time?
Watching it as a kid, I would say I definitely thought Amanda had a chance. I know that a lot of her confessionals come later in the season, but she does get a lot of strong content early, especially her going out and like being proactive and making moves. She's shown as the person who makes the initial alliance with Todd and like calling the shot on like the Sharia boot. So I thought Amanda definitely had a chance, as well as PG if she was able to stick around just a little bit longer. I don't know that it was fully in doubt that Todd was going to win, but also as a younger person, I was not reading the edit as clearly.
Yeah, and also James having the two idols, like that's the kind of stuff that I just really don't have the context in terms of like if you were watching it in the real time, and I'm sure people will tell me in the comments and on Twitter, like when James had the two idols, James did people think that James was on his way? I know he must have been, a big fan favorite at the time, where then he comes back and plays in Fans versus Favorites. They make a big fuss about him at the reunion show being like the most popular character or the one that people like resonated the most with on the streets. He has two idols and then ultimately gets blindsided. I think the people must have been losing their minds.
Well, and the way the show frames it, at every point, once he has the two idols, there are at least 3 times where in the voiceover it says, and James is gonna win, like he is full immunity. I can't remember the direct quote because I'm not at that part of my notes.
Like James is basically invincible at multiple points.
I wrote it down because they say it at the start of the recap episode, which I did not get through the whole recap episode. That was the one point. Oh, yeah. It says, for the first time ever, someone holds 2 immunity idols, making him virtually invincible. And they say that at least 3 times, being like, oh, he's invincible. Oh, he's invincible. Oh, he's invincible. And there is the earlier vote where James does catch a few votes, but he doesn't get enough to be sent home, where it almost makes it seem like, oh, it's a horror movie. Is it going to happen? No, it didn't happen. Is it like you're just waiting for the jump scare on a rewatch? Like, you know where it's coming. But like, when I first watched the season, I knew that he got voted out with 2 idols, but I didn't know when, because like that's not a spoiler you can avoid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the first time I was watching, I was like, "When's it gonna happen? When's it gonna happen? Oh my god, is it time?" Like, and it gets you. Like, I think that that's also why this is one of the seasons that people recommend as a first season to get somebody into Survivor.
Right.
Because it is like that old school vibe, but it's not so painfully slow like a Borneo.
Mm-hmm. But it also, especially for a first season, it introduces the concept of idols, but the idols they're not overbearing. They don't even get used. So they go out, the gameplay is not hard to understand. So I think it's like a good middle season where there's like the threat of the idols are looming over, but at the same time, they are not going to complicate it for a new viewer too much.
Yeah. In terms of Survivor China and the other reasons that people may love it, Kirsten, what else? What are some other things that are sort of like the big attractions of Survivor China?
Well, I think that, I'm a Courtney stan, so I feel like everything she says is perfect and hilarious, except like one thing she says that's not okay, but even she apologizes for that. So I'd love her. It is interesting to see the strategy with like the weird swap. The swap is also another thing to criticize about the season.
One thing at a time. Let's talk about Courtney and then let's do the swap.
Courtney, she looks like everybody thinks she's gonna die or not make it, and then she's there at the end. Like, what a story! And then you know that she's gonna come back and be like besties with Sandra. Like,
Yeah, I think for Courtney and other people on this season, like a lot of the people that we're left with at the end are people that on another season could end up going out very, very early. And so we see like a little alliance making it through, voting out like all of the much bigger men in the middle, the early merge. So I think that's exciting for a lot of people. Courtney is like the queen of quips. I think credited with the most one-liners on Survivor, which I think, Rob, you've also taken issue with.
Yeah, did they ever do a count?
Well, and here's the thing, regardless of how many are shown, she definitely said more and they should have been included. I would have preferred a heavier Courtney edit.
Yeah. Well, she's really fun because she really feels like one of the first Survivor contestants she does not want to be there. I don't know how they got her there, but she does not seem like she is like an active participant who wants to be on Survivor.
How did they find her? Do we know how they found her?
I think that I believe the story is, I think that she was waitressing, and I believe that Lynn Spillman was, I'm pretty sure this is the story, but if I have this wrong, my apologies. But I believe that she was working in the restaurant, and Lynn Spillman was like overheard her like talking to a customer and said, "Hey, do you want to be on Survivor?"
What a dream, truly. And because I feel like that's the same kind of vibe as like when Brittany Haynes submitted her Big Brother audition tape that was just her driving around her small town talking crap about all the businesses on the quote unquote main street. Like it's the same kind of vibe, the same humor. And she just has so many moments. Like one of my favorite moments of the whole season is literally they come back from their reward and it's pouring rain and everyone is just smushed into the cave. And Courtney's like, the cave is my favorite place. It's where I go to be left alone. And they're being so loud, like no talking in the cave. Like rent free in my mind.
The cave is like I feel like that's one of like the bleaker things about the season. It's not even a cave. It's like there's like a couple episodes where they're just like in a hole, like in the ground.
Yeah, not ideal. I don't even know if it was safe. It does not look great. It looks more like a little pocket in a mountain of mud. So
yeah, is it structurally sound? Could a mudslide have taken them all out?
Yeah. It was not great. It was not great. Let's go back to Kirsten, what you were saying about the swap. A wild swap in this season.
Yeah, the way they do the swap is bad. I think that anybody can see that. But
why?
Well, it just I don't know. Everything about it is bad. Like
I mean, in theory, I know it's like it's controversial, but I was thinking about it, and you know, basically they're going to swap like 2 people for 2 people. Like in theory, like it ends up being bad because of how, like they're basically the players are able to game it. So yeah, I guess on that level, yeah, it ends up being where
because it's regardless, right? Like obviously PG has the great plan of, okay, we're going to throw and we're going to be able to get rid of some people and keep our numbers a little bit better going into the merge. But regardless, each tribe then has 2 people that are definitely at a disadvantage, 100% swap screwed. And it's tough for them to make inroads at all. Whereas I think if it had been more of a random draw, like we see for swaps in general, there's the possibility that people will end up not in the numbers and swap screwed, but it's not a 100% guarantee where this makes sure that people are definitely out of the numbers.
It feels weird.
Devil's advocate though. In terms of like something, a twist that is going to screw the players that typically have the most advantages in the game, sort of like, okay, who are sort of like the strongest leaders of the tribe, like in a weird way, like, doesn't it kind of level the playing field a little bit of like, okay, well, you know, you sort of like have the advantage of people look at you like some sort of like strong leader type. And then because of that, you're going to ultimately be penalized by this twist.
I feel like where they're going to be penalized for that generally is going to be in 2 episodes at the merge anyway. So it's not as if these people are going to have a free walk to the end, especially Frosty and Sharia. It's not going to be just like all, a like red carpet to the end for anybody. So I think that those type of players, like everyone's going to have their moment in the game that is going to be more difficult for their archetype. But it feels like they can go ahead and just pick 2 people and target them directly. There's no real skill in this. There's no like social maneuvering. It is just we are going to choose you. You can't do anything about it. And then if we want, we can throw, because it's not as if because of how they were at a 7-5 split, you can't even say choose 3 people, because then Failong has the majority on both tribes. So I think that they were unlucky that it wasn't a more even split in the tribe numbers. It would be great if it was 6-6 and they could swap evenly, but that was not the case.
What if, let me make a little bit of an improv on this. What if you got to pick your 2 weakest people to send to the other tribe?
Yeah, I think if you got to send 2 people, there are layers to this, because obviously it's not ideal. Like those 2 people are going to be voted out just the same as the strong people were.
But aren't they the most likely to flip?
Potentially.
Well, yeah, but, as the weakest people.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that they're willing to flip, but they're still flipping at a swap where they're not in the numbers, right? So like, I'm sure there's less of a risk that they'll flip back at the merge, but it's now you're just putting people that are worse at the challenges, who are probably going to get voted out anyways, into a place where they're even less in the numbers than they were before, and don't have the days of social capital built up at all.
Yeah,
I think that would be worse.
I actually think it's better because you can choose to either send people that are outside of your alliance and or people that are good at challenges. So you really do have to at least put some thought, and there's some control over your own game. If your tribe is willing to send you away basically to your death, then you're probably screwed anyway.
Well, and I think that they were probably hopeful that the like kidnapping twist would have more of an impact on this, that maybe there would be people that would be really desired because of their visits, but at that point it didn't really have that much of an impact, so it didn't pay out.
Well, let's talk about the kidnapping twist, where we had this season, you got to get like somebody to come. I think this is the first season that they do this. I feel like that they do it in Samoa as well. And I'm trying to think if it comes up in any of the other seasons. But basically, after you win the challenge, then you get to steal somebody from the other team. They come and they present one person with a clue for the idol. And it doesn't end up being too impactful, because I feel like that most of the people outside of James, that they all end up going out like relatively early. Jamie ends up making it to the first vote at the merge. Scally, did you like this as a sort of like way for the tribes to get to know each other a little better?
I do like it. I think anything that's going to increase relationships across tribes is always going to be good. I know that they did it, I think just once in each of Pearl Islands, All Stars, and Cook Islands. So
yeah,
I thought
one person got to come and steal stuff from the other camp.
Yeah, so they've had something like the seeds of this, but I like that it's done on a more regular basis. I think it's especially interesting once people are swapped. So I think that it could be used well in a season. I think that I had read that like Todd and Leslie and Jamie and Eric actually were doing their own little, if you want to say, kidnap alliance instead of an exile alliance. And it didn't end up working out with Leslie going early, but the fact that that was a possibility is something that couldn't have happened without the twist.
It's a missed opportunity to not call the Kidnap Alliance Stockholm Syndrome.
Yeah. People did tend to get along well with the tribe that they brought them over. It was like, oh, you picked me? Me? You wanted to have me spend the day at your camp?
Right, and then when Leslie gets voted out, she gets to be like, well, I was just too well liked by both tribes. That's why I'm out.
She had too many friends across all the tribes, Leslie.
Yeah, picked me, which in every other case I can see, except for Dave. I don't know how that's really super positive bringing him over, but you know, it's always nice to be picked.
Yeah.
Well, Dave was thrilled to be picked.
Yeah, that is true. Because no one else was picking him.
You like the attention.
I mean, they didn't want him, but they picked him anyway.
Survivor China also, I think, has like one of like the like most baked in themes involved with the actual game, in terms of like all of the challenges seem to have some sort of like a inspiration for being in China. A lot of the rewards that they go on are all different places. Kirsten, did you like how much China we get in this season?
It's really cool. Like, I feel like you have to walk a fine line in this situation between like appreciating the culture of China and showing this to the people watching, and not, I can't think of the right word, Scally, to help. What word am I thinking of?
I don't know the exact word that you're thinking of off the top of your head, but I completely agree where I don't think other seasons have done it as well as China, I would venture to say. I think that China does a good job of incorporating the history and the culture and getting to go to a bunch of different locations in China without like putting a weird Western gaze and like it's ultimately done, I think, a lot better than some other seasons.
Right.
And
We get a gross food challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not
not
good.
ideal. Yeah.
I guess what I was trying to say more so is that it's not, they don't make it like weird and paternalistic, which I feel like is often done when they really lean into the place where it's filmed and the location, where it'll be like, oh wow, look at this like horrible place that they have to survive in, and it's like you don't get to see that, oh, this country or location is more than just this field where they are filming Survivor, right?
Yeah.
They make it seem like, oh, well, this is what this place is like. Whereas the way it's shown in China, you get to see different aspects of Chinese culture in a really interesting way.
Yeah, I know they had to work with the Chinese government to film there. I thought it was interesting a couple of times that Jeff used the phrase oh, they went through like a modern Shanghai.
Ultra modern Shanghai.
Yes. This is not how all of China is. This is, but they're living like that, how they would have lived, 1,500 years ago in China.
Yeah, it's weird. One of the first things said in the premiere is Jeff says that they're starting in ultra-modern Shanghai, but they will be transported into the past. And that was weird. It's weird the way they, like, somewhere being rural is not the same as something being in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was almost like that they got some guidance of, okay, you can film here, but like in the Australian outback, we didn't have to go through ultra modern Sydney and see like actually the country of Australia is actually a thriving metropolis. But we're gonna go back into the past.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense that the Chinese government would want the country viewed in a certain kind of way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this was a big deal that they got to film the show. I think that I do remember, like at the time, like this was the only television show that had been filmed in China.
Yeah, I can't really
for a
think...
U.S. television show. It was the first American show to ever be filmed or produced in the People's Republic of China.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't really think I can think of too many examples of any show. I'm not an Amazing Race historian by any means, but it doesn't stand out to me where they were in China for any extended period of time, especially like this. So I'm sure that was a lot of work to have done, and I think that it pays off very well.
Well, I mean, yeah, just like to think about other aspects. Like I have a few friends who have gone to teach English in other countries. And one of them did teach in China for a little while. And it was like, we just didn't hear from Dave for the like 6 months he was there until he went somewhere else because yes, it was that Dave. No. But he like, they don't always have access to even like they can't access a Google product kind of thing. So it's interesting to think that there was a full television crew for a US network that was able to just film and like be on the Great Wall of China. It's weird.
Scally, how much do you feel like that Todd's win here went on to influence what will come after Survivor China?
I think Todd's win really was pretty influential in terms of games after. Todd was big super fan, made a lot of like flashier moves and did really talk up his game. Whereas like he was very open about the fact that I did betray you, I will betray you, like it's going to happen, and like that should be respected. And I think that we move much more in a direction shortly after this where that is a valued part of people's games.
Kirsten, you have any thoughts on how Todd's play impacted? Because it's such a like dominant game, and he does get so much airtime and so many like thoughts about like what he's thinking strategically.
Well, and it's really interesting because a lot of what he does is pretty like groundbreaking at the time with how Scally said about the scheming and that. But he also does a lot of stuff that you would think of as very traditional. Like he makes his day one alliance with Amanda and does ultimately hold true to that, which is something that you would maybe think is a little bit more old school than how he presents his game. But I think that the biggest impact is probably from his final tribal council performance. Like, he does such an amazing job, and I feel like you can see where people have taken from that over the years to influence their own final tribal councils.
I agree. I think that probably the biggest thing that you could point to with Todd is the final tribal council speech, and basically like laying it on the table. And I think that probably ends up like there's probably like DNA from going to that to going to even like Big Brother final speeches that are successful. And I think that that's really come to define the way that we think of like, okay, this is the correct way to present yourself in this final tribal council, final jury questioning aspect of like all of these games, going into probably even like live reality games and all sorts of things. Like Todd, I think gives you like the most like clear and concise way that you want to present yourself there.
Now, do you think that Todd's blueprint for the Final Tribal Council would work better or worse in the new Final Tribal Council format that they've brought in? Like, I think he would still be fine, but I feel like it does put you at a bit of a disadvantage.
How so?
Just what the way they like force things into the, this is the outwit part, this is the outplay part, this is the outlast part. Like, I'm just curious. I've never thought of this before. Like, would Todd be just as successful, more successful, less successful in that format?
I mean, I think it would be hard to be more successful because that he did such a great job, and it was really presented as such. Even though the ultimate vote ends up being rather close.
Like, would he sweep the jury in the new format?
It's possible. I think that there would have been. I mean, we see this in different cases where, I think that there would have been a lot of like, okay, well, what did you even do? Like, I wonder if Courtney gets 2 votes in the modern format, where Amanda could say, I won the challenges. She could at least say that she organized the James vote and a couple other things. But I think that there probably would be more just piling on of like, yeah, but wasn't Todd coming up with this? Wasn't Todd doing that?
Yeah, I think that Todd could potentially, if he was not against these 2 specific people, find himself in a position where people were bitter and not wanting to throw as many questions his way. But I think ultimately it more so negatively would affect Courtney, where she had also a very strong final tribal performance. And I think going into that, people really were not thinking about Courtney as much and would be much more likely to brush her off as the person we don't need to waste any time asking questions to.
Yeah, so Kirsten, to go back to what you asked, like I said, I don't think it'd be hard for him to do better, but vote-wise, yeah, I think he might have picked up another vote or 2.
Yeah, I think because what we've seen too since that shift is there's a lot of 0 vote finalists. So sad. I don't want to think of Courtney that way. I take it back. I don't want to think about it anymore.
That Amanda might lose her 1 vote, which came from Eric.
Yeah.
Imagine if
you don't want to see any of these 3, I think, with no vote.
Yeah, I would be sad at Amanda with no vote.
Yeah. Okay. Especially, I think Amanda came close to becoming a 0 vote finalist, even with even in this format.
All right.
Well, that's her fault a little bit.
Sad. All right. Anything else big picture from Survivor China?
One thing I would point out also is, even though like we picked out Courtney as like a highlight to talk about this season of how good she is on TV. And then if you look at the breakdown of confessional, she actually averages the lowest across the season in terms of percentage per episode. So I think it goes to show just how balanced this cast was in terms of as character. And also I think the editing was pretty good. I know we talked about Todd definitely getting a significant portion, but I feel like otherwise almost every single other person gets a pretty decent amount of screen time, which I think helps the season's legacy as well.
Yeah. Only a 16-person cast, where I think we're coming back down from 20 in Fiji?
19.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Shout out Melissa McNulty. So yeah, it definitely feels smaller. after like a bigger field of Survivor Fiji. Okay.
Yeah, after me just watching Millennials versus Gen X recently, it was a big shift. This isn't really big picture, but I want to talk about it before we get into the episodes. I laugh every single time I see Dave's Chiron and it says former model, because it's like, yeah, we know he's not a current model and we know you won't believe that. I laugh every time.
It's a lot of Dave cruising.
He gets a lot of time on the show. We see entirely too much of him in more than one way.
Yes.
This season also has a lot of people's butts being blurred out. Amanda's butt is blurred in every scene that she's in. Like, I don't know if she's wearing a thong bikini or if, like,
so much. It makes me wonder. Like, I wonder. Like, did standards and practices from 2007 to now, like, was there some issue? Like, did Amanda's bathing suit rip at some point and there was a tear? Like, what is going on there?
I noticed it with kind of all of the women.
You watch Love Island, you see what they can show.
The world's a very different place. But I do like anytime there is a woman on screen and she's not wearing something over her bathing suit, her butt is blurred every single time. I could not look away from the blurs because they were so evident in the season. Because they do it to PG a lot too, but it's just Amanda's is the most.
Yeah, even Amanda's sister gets her butt blurred when she comes on the show.
Like, I think that we need to get some detectives on the case. Like, what is going on? Because again, we got Love Island. They're in thongs all the time.
Yeah, and that's HD. Like, what were we even going to see?
Well, maybe that was the problem because it wasn't. Well, hey, wait a second. I just came up with something. Amanda's wearing a camouflage bathing suit. Do you think the editors thought she was nude? Maybe they couldn't see her bathing suit at all.
The bathing suit just disappeared.
It just blended right in.
Okay. Yeah, so much blurring for Amanda here in Smart China. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break in the podcast. We're going to come back. We're going to talk through the episodes of the season. We'll start with the pre-swap and go all the way through here on our recap of the 5th best season of all time on Robin's podcast. All right. And if you're watching the video, we're not going anywhere. How about that? All right.
Ooh.
Let's talk about our first episode, the premiere of Survivor China. And boy, ultra modern Shanghai has never looked so good.
Yeah. Until they have to go into the harsh and remote land where they'll be playing Survivor.
Yes. They took them through the temple. Scally, did they do this for any reason other than to upset Leslie Nice?
Even if that was the only reason, I feel like we got like the setup of Leslie's character, so I'm happy. I mean, they did a similar thing in Cambodia where they walked through the temple of Angkor Wat, but in setting up the 16th century Buddhist monastery, maybe this was part of the deal with China to film was let's show this on camera. But I think it does also help to establish like a sense of where they are and really like immediately get the audience on board.
You get some good stuff out of it. PG talks about how that her relatives are from China, and you get that there. My thing that just made me laugh so much was that Leslie is like, I can't do it. And she tells us, look, I'm not religious, but I have a personal relationship with Jesus. Like, okay, all right. Cut to every other line that she says on the show is about how religious she is. Why does she open with, I'm not religious?
And she ends with it too. It's the last thing she says in the reunion.
Why are you lying to us, Leslie?
It's very strange too, because Jeff opens up being very clear. This is a welcoming ceremony. This is not a religious, like, worshiping ceremony. This is to welcome you. We're seeing like, it's obvious that, you know, in talks with the Chinese government, they were like, hey, show this temple because we want people to visit it when they go to China. But she's just like, no, I can't do it. And the idea of being like, well, I'm not religious, but I have a personal relationship with okay, well, what's he saying to you?
Her job is a Christian radio host. She's very religious.
That's fine if she didn't want to go to the temple. I just don't understand why she's like, look, religion, it's not that important to me. But then, really defines her on the show.
How do you think God felt about this when she said she wasn't religious?
Like, hey, how dare
I
thought we had something.
I would love to see, by Leslie's standards, like what qualifies as religious.
Yeah.
Who amongst us, Leslie? I need to know.
The Pope.
No, even him.
Just
not
a personal
enough.
relationship with Jesus.
Yeah.
I also am really like, during the ceremony, we get to see a few shots of the rest of the cast, like going through it. And Courtney's face, and as she's like trying to follow along with the motions, she's like, what is happening? She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know if this is what Survivor will be like for the whole time. She's just like, I don't like this.
Yeah, at one point, like, she's like dropping her hands, and then the monk is like, oh no, up here. It's like, oh, fine.
Yeah.
We also get so much art of war. Scally, do you like all of the use of the art of war? Did you learn a lot from Sun Tzu?
Every time that I watch Survivor China, I'm like, all right, this has to come into play in like many immunity challenges. But no, we're just talking about the art of war. Give everyone a copy of it. I don't really feel the need, but apparently Jeff did.
Yeah.
I love this. I love that they're giving everyone a copy of the Art of War. I'm trying to look. At one point, I was like, I'm going to read the Art of War. So I'm trying to see how far in I got of it on my Kindle app. No, not that.
It's kind of a slog to just read it.
It's not easy. It is not easy.
You need like a calendar of like one Art of War quote a day.
Hey, I read 18% of it. That's 13 whole pages.
There you go. Yeah, I like that even Failong, before going to a challenge, is like, maybe this is important. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. I feel like a lot of the times on these shows, it's so much about how they don't have anything. They can't even read something. Let them read the Art of War. I mean, don't give them any Robert Greene because blah. But like Art of War, it's funny.
Yeah, Leslie could not have her Bible, but she can have Art of War to read whenever she wants.
Yeah.
Well, no, that is definitely not okay. She definitely only reads the Bible.
Yeah.
Do you think that Leslie? I feel like Leslie would be a person who would pick up like War and Peace, thinking it's something very different than what it is.
What would you think it is?
Probably like a guide to getting out of war and into peace.
Oh, from war to peace.
Yeah, from war to peace.
Yeah. Okay. But somebody should write that book.
Yeah, we could use it. Where is that?
Get on that. Okay. So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to talk about the tribes themselves? Would you like to talk about the boots?
Before we get into that, I do just want to bring up how they shoehorn in after they do this Buddhist ceremony. They're like, well, Buddhism is about leaving things behind. So you get nothing but the clothes on your back. And the way they didn't give Jamie a bra, they're terrorists. Like, this is not okay. You can't just send a woman out to play Survivor with no bra. And it's like, it's not like they chose that clothes to go into the show, right? Like, that's what production chose for them.
I think,
and then they were like,
worse
no
than the decision was Jeff saying, well, that's going to make you very popular. Or like,
yeah, she goes, hey, I don't have a bra. Well, I guess you're popular then.
Would you rather have a bra or be popular?
Or are you happy with your current relationship with popularity?
There is going to be a Sprint fan vote.
Well, but we're just lucky she wasn't blurred the whole time.
Yeah. Okay, so do you want to talk about the Failong tribe? Or Zhan Hu? Let's talk about Zhan Hu.
Who do you want to start with?
I think Zhan Hu's probably better to start with.
Talk about Zhan Hu, because they're going to go to the first couple of tribal councils here. And so they're really going to have some issues with, they're the more of our dysfunctional hot mess tribe, where they have a harder time, where there's definitely conflict, at Failong, but it's more like personality conflict. Where here at Zhan, they're having personality conflict, but they also can't seem to get their act together.
Well, and it feels like a big part of that is that there are people who want to take charge, but then they're like, but I can't take charge because I know that could negatively impact me. Yes. Poor chicken. And so nobody takes the lead. Nobody seems to really care that much about actually getting anything done. So it's just a little awkward.
Yeah. I think I would have voted out chicken also, because I can't imagine how frustrating that would be. Like, imagine like you are like in like somebody's house and like you go to like in their kitchen and it's like are the glasses in here? Like like are they over? No, can you just tell me? Like no, that's for you. I'm not saying anything.
I feel like it's the same vibe.
Ooh, chicken.
I feel like it's the same vibe as if you're at like pub trivia with someone and you give an answer and you're like, I'm pretty sure it's this. And they're like, no, that's not it. And you're like, okay, well, but what do you think it is? I don't know, but it's not that. Oh, thanks for nothing. Like, if I could vote someone off my trivia team, I would.
Yeah, I think we may have to revisit the worst Survivor player of all time, because
chicken.
I think he's in the running. I feel like Chicken has one facet to his game which really could make him valuable to his tribe, and he absolutely refuses to use it. Like there's some talent there where maybe like people would want to stick around, but if he was helping, but he absolutely refuses to give them any reason whatsoever.
I just also like, why are you telling people your name is Chicken? Steve, come on.
It's memorable. That's all he has right now.
Like,
yeah. You think that was a like, do his friends call him all chicken?
Maybe he doesn't have any friends.
Oh.
I mean, the social skills displayed were not great, to be fair.
Do you think that he was trying to be the next Chicken George?
What would the next Chicken George be like?
I don't know. We didn't get to see. He got voted out first.
I mean, I'm trying to think. So did Chicken George just play in Big Brother All-Stars? Is that 2006 or 2007?
Time is hard.
I think it was 2006.
I think it's after this.
I think it was before. It was it was like a HOH competition. I believe that Big Brother. Believe me, we'll get the tweets. I believe Big Brother 7 is the summer before, and Big Brother 8 is the summer of 2007.
Yeah, you're right on that one.
Yeah, I have that on good authority. So, because I looked at my phone and I was looking at what was I doing in 2007? And I went all the way back and I saw a picture of, I went to the Fox Reality Awards and I saw a picture of me with Eric Stein. So I knew that Eric Stein had played Big Brother by this point.
Perfect. Yeah, just before we get any of those tweets, Big Brother All-Star Season 7, July 6th to September 12th, okay?
Got their phone open, and they're like, all right, they go.
Well, delete the tweet now, okay? Just delete it.
Yeah. But do you think that somebody gave Chicken some advice before he, like, Chicken, listen, I got, like, one piece of advice. Don't tell them what to do. If you tell them what to do, you're done. You're toast.
Well, maybe he has found in his life that when he gives advice, it's not received well.
Maybe.
I just love, like, who told him to be called Chicken? It's not like there's another, like, Steve on the cast.
Chicken being called Chicken is not even close to his worst decision on this season.
Well, no, he doesn't make any good decisions, but it's the one that bugs me. Because, like, he's off the show so fast. I don't care about his other decisions.
Did you see on Reddit somebody recently ran into Chicken?
No,
I did not.
I don't go on Reddit. What did they find?
Somebody posted a picture of that. Like, somebody knew. Like, there's a farmer around here called Chicken that was on Survivor, and then took a picture with him. He still looked good.
He has a very happy face.
Mm-hmm.
Like in his, like, look at his cast photo. He looks just so happy to be there, like a cute little grandpa.
Yeah. Do you know why they call him Chicken?
It's chicken farmer.
Do not remember. Yeah, there we go.
Well, on the nose. Yeah, it's not like.
I do like how in his cast photo he looks like I just said he looks like a happy grandpa, and he was 47 at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave's talking about like me and Chicken are the old guys here. Dave is 37. Like,
and you know
cast.
what? Who has aged worse, Dave or Chicken? I
Nobody's
don't know.
seen Dave anymore.
No,
Find a modern picture of Dave. You can't.
I bet I could.
Okay, see if you can find it.
Yeah.
I've got Google.
I don't know if anybody knows where he is. I feel like he's one of the people that's like fallen off the face of the earth.
I believe a lot of people have said, like, yeah, I don't know where Dave is, don't know where James, a couple of these people just completely MIA.
Well, like, it's not like I want to find Dave. Like, I'm happy that he's not there.
Sending the Facebook friend request right now.
How dare you? I would never.
Yeah. Because I've had PG on the podcast a million times, and I feel like that, like we've talked about, like, do you ever keep up with Dave Cruiser?
But why would you?
Would be eager to?
I don't know. I mean, I know I'm always curious to know, like, if you were like, hey, did you hear about Ryan Aiken? I'm like, no, tell me what's going on. So I feel like that you always want to know, like, what's going on with your cast.
Where was he from?
You might want to know secondhand. I don't know if PG wants to keep up constantly.
Yeah. Okay. So they just don't have a shelter. They're having all sorts of problems. Crazy Dave feels like that he has a lot of ideas about specifically the fire pit. There's a lot of like talk about like that they are rudderless. Some people want to work on some projects. We have the late Ashley Massaro, who also does not think that we have a good leadership structure in place. It seems like that we ultimately have like a nucleus of a couple of people that get along and a lot of just like cantankerous characters here at John Who.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of people on the fringe that don't even seem really interested in getting along with anybody, let alone the main alliance. They're really unfortunate. I think that John Hoods really did end up with the worst camp, basically living in a mud pit for the first half of the game. So I understand why Dave really was so set on this elevated fire pit, but the trouble that he went through is unlike anything I've seen on Survivor otherwise.
Well, Scally, it's amazing that do they just pick a terrible location because like when they're deciding the location, they like cut the chicken and he's like a little bit
not there.
He doesn't say anything, and then like they have to build like a system of canals later on to like get the drainage going.
Canal.
I don't know if it's even because I was like, they zoom out and show like, here's how the water is draining. I was like, where could you pick? Like, would you have to go into the like bamboo forest? I don't know where would have been better. Probably at the top, but not ideal for their entire like grounds of where they can live to be absolutely just mud for the entire time.
Yeah, my Survivor watching training, I do not have the answer for this. Like I've seen enough shelters built on beaches. I could tell you all about that. But this season is a unique terrain.
Yeah, and I don't even think that Failong has the greatest shelter in the world, but it's just in comparison to Zhan Who, they are very well off.
They don't really spend a lot of time on Failong's shelter, other than James can just knock over trees. So Kirsten has found the picture of dude,
is it him? I don't know. It could be.
I'm not going to share that on the podcast.
All I'm saying is that if you look up Dave Cruiser on Facebook, there's one from California, and it looks like it might be him.
I'm not gonna have T-Bird start the search.
There you go. I mean, he has a modeling-esque photo on there too, so
hey, Zoolander. Anyways, I think I found his Facebook. I think he's just doing normal old guy stuff on Facebook. Nothing too exciting.
Okay. Let's talk about the first tribal council. Zhan Who is going to go there, and there is some talk about who the leader of Zhan Who should be. And ultimately, that we see some people are pushing for PG to be our leader here. Other people, yes.
because Probst is like, okay, well, who's going to volunteer to be the leader then? And PG and Dave both put up their hands.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone is pushing for PG as much as PG is just volunteering because no one else will.
She just wants it to be fixed. Like when they lose the challenge, she's crying and she's like, we need to do more work.
Yeah, on this season, PG definitely finds herself to be more of the shelter people. She wants to like get things done and is super frustrated by the rest of the, let's say, beach people that are on her tribe and aren't that interested in building the shelter. So Dave and PG.
Well, that's actually interesting because I feel like that, you know, the idea of the shelter people and the beach people that in her second season in Cambodia, like, but the idea is like that the beach people are like figuring out like the strategy of the game. Like the people that are not working on the shelter are just off working on their own like hobby projects.
Yeah, and I think that with the other people being Jamie and Eric, maybe Sharia, I think that may have been accurate here as well, where those were the people that were strategizing a little more actively. I think PG becomes ingrained later, but as of right now, I don't see her having the best footing in the tribe.
Yeah.
I love her confessional where she's just like, I cannot connect to all this wackiness. And then like the rest of the tribe isn't really doing anything all that off the wall. I don't know.
I mean, you do have Chicken, Ashley, Dave Cruiser. Like that is a pretty wacky group.
Well, and I guess Frosty's also doing parkour, so that's pretty wacky.
Literally off the wall for Frosty's parkour.
All right. So ultimately, Chicken is like, he seems like he's feeling like very confident. He's like, look, I know I'm not the like I'm not going anywhere because I'm a hard worker.
Yeah.
Imagine if he had shown any of his usefulness.
I feel like for Chicken, he was like, if I don't say anything, then I can't say anything wrong. It's like, I feel like maybe we missed a point here, Chicken.
And so he found that great sweet spot where he's not saying anything, but everything is still wrong.
Yeah. Ultimately, Chicken becomes the first boot and leaves us with scares everybody.
Damn!
Very iconic.
Yeah.
Very iconic.
Yes. I was thinking of this this week. Did you see when Kevin Hart interviewed Don Cheadle?
I saw a couple clips, not the whole thing. Sure.
Yeah.
A couple clips.
He gives when Don Cheadle says he's 56 years old, that Kevin Hart gives a Don Cheadle didn't appreciate it. And she was like, what? Why would you say that? It's like, no, I didn't say it like that. No, you said roll the tape back.
A whole 10 years older than Chicken, Don Cheadle.
That's what I said when I saw that Chicken was only 47.
Yeah, great first boot. You know, look, nobody wants to be the first boot, but like, give us something. Like, you know, like there are definitely people that are more capable players, but like give us like at least a memorable line.
Well, and like as Scally was saying before, what's great about this season is how much we get to know everyone, and like we got to know everything we needed to know about Chicken in his one episode. Like there was nothing else that needed to be explored.
Yeah, a little one-dimensional, but I don't know how many other dimensions we saw of Chicken in the first 3 days. I feel like that was pretty much all there was. And when you say no one wanted to go out first, Chicken says himself if he wasn't going to win, he wanted to go out first. So you know what? Got his wish. Still memorable to this day.
If you're not first, you're last.
Yeah, what a good attitude about it.
So, all right, Chicken, great job. Let's talk a little bit more about Ashley Mazzaro, who sadly has passed away since Survivor China. She really ends up butting heads with Dave Cruiser. Can't stand Dave.
Was she wrong?
Seemingly not.
Yeah.
I found myself just very much like, oh, Ashley's so right. Why isn't anyone listening to her? Why are people listening to Dave?
I wonder how Ashley would have fared if she had not gotten sick in the first night of Survivor China.
And had sneakers.
Yes, also not 20-pound combat boots that she had to start the season in that mud pit. Not ideal.
Hey, they got running shoes for the first challenge and they got to keep them.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
come on.
Finally,
Yeah.
just
I mean,
Sharia's in
Sharia was
heels.
like in
Yeah.
heels in the mud. Yeah.
Not good.
Mm-mm.
Like, and I get it. I get that like Survivor wants the vibe of people who have, but are castaways and they're just stranded with the clothes on their back. But like, let's just be like a little bit practical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are some wild challenges in this season, and we get one here in like the mud pit in the second episode
Where they're fighting over the balls.
Yeah, the fight over the ball, and ultimately it comes down to Amanda Kimmel that somebody like takes her top down and she just runs it in. My mom is going to kill me, she tells us.
The blur has moved about a foot up on her body. Amanda secures the win. I want everyone to be safe, obviously, but for some reason, this challenge always sticks out for me. I like it a lot how there's like both physical and like strategic like elements to it where you're really choosing like which ball you're going for at all moments. So I like this challenge. I think most of them do stand out though.
Yeah,
I
physical challenges.
Yes, I kept looking, trying to compare this season with Millennials versus Gen X, and I was like, "Oh, look, another time where they are similar."
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be a theme over the course of Survivor, where that women are going to wrestle. One woman is going to like, I'll open her top. I'll pull her top down. That'll slow her down. And then the woman that says, you know what? I'm just gonna go for it. That woman, whether it's Sugar scoring the point, running away from Sandra, whether it's Michaela, they're about to see some tatas today, whether it's Amanda Kimmel here scoring the goal.
And all of those women chose to win and be popular.
So I don't know what lesson Survivor's trying to teach us here. But
well, we all know a little bit more about Jeff Probst than we did before.
Yeah. In this second episode, we get the first time that we get somebody getting kidnapped, and it's Jamie.
Oh, Jamie. Jamie's fun.
She looks friendly.
Exactly. She's the sunshine of the tribe. How will they ever survive without her?
They make such a big deal about Jamie all season. Like, oh, we got to get out Jamie. Use the idol. Blindside Jamie. Oh, got to go after her. Like, why was Jamie such a threat?
I'm wondering if it comes down to, like we said, there was like the rumors of the Todd and Eric and Leslie and Jamie like cross-tribal thing. So I think Jamie is shown to be at least to be a thinking person on that tribe. So if you know of one, may as well go for that one person. Jamie is also super positive, where Dave is like doing a little too much, like, you're wishing big right now. She's like, well, you should always wish hard. Like, okay, Jamie.
But if Dave was ever talking to me about anything, I would be like, and what about it? Like, I would never want to agree with him ever. So her even just being like, wish hard, iconic.
Kirsten McInnes and Dave Cruiser anywhere.
I don't want it.
A match made in hell.
Thank God that he started on a different tribe from Courtney.
Yeah.
Because she would have just murdered him. With her words. Great. With her words.
Yeah, wouldn't have gone great. Okay. Let's see. Anything else about Ashley Mazzaro and her boot?
She did nothing wrong. That's what I have written at the end. Ashley did nothing wrong with about 10 exclamation points.
She might have done a few things wrong.
No, I refuse to perceive.
She may have had the correct opinion, but I don't know that you always want to be expressing it just as much as Ashley. Again, I think it would have been interesting to see what she could have done had she not gotten sick on that first day. I think it probably goes pretty similar. I think Ashley's a good character. I believe at the time she was a mom. I don't know how much that was part of her life, but we don't really get to hear about that. So I think we could have gotten like a more three-dimensional character, but Ashley was good. I enjoyed Ashley on this season.
I love
hometowns East Northport, New York.
This means nothing
Long
to me,
Island,
but I'm sure the two of you are really connecting over this. I love how as she's leaving, she's like, "Hey, Dave, see you soon."
Yeah. She calls him Zoolander Dave.
She's not wrong.
Rude to Zoolander, to be honest. I also love, we kind of glossed over this, Leslie crying in this episode because she can't read the Bible. And then she gets the clue because she's weak.
Yeah. Look.
She's weak without her Bible.
Okay. Well, she's not that religious.
She's not religious. So. And then she calls the idol clue a gift from God, but she's not religious.
Yeah. All right. Well, she gets the idol clue here, and it's going to be the start of something for the Leslie and Jamie relationship. Let's pivot a little bit here. Let's pivot a little bit and brings Failong into this because we haven't gotten to talk too much about them. Over at Failong, we learn about some of these different characters over there. Todd has a conversation with Jean Robert early on. Kirsten, this is like a lot of foreshadowing. I think that this is one of the fun things about this season where Jean Robert pulls Todd aside on like the first day and like, hey, like I know what you're all about.
Well, and I love it because he's like, I don't believe that he's a flight attendant. He seems sharp because I guess only idiots can be flight attendants. I'm pretty sure it's actually it's actually like a really demanding job where you have to know a lot to keep people safe. But okay, Jean Robert. But I love you get Todd being like, okay, but like, how about you don't tell anybody else that you think that about me?
Yeah, it's good. I don't feel like you want to tell the threat that you've already identified them as the threat on day one. Maybe not the highlight of Jean Robert's game here, but he's not the only one to do it. It's a theme throughout the season. I feel like Todd is too forthcoming with people. Amanda's too forthcoming with people. So it's just the start of it here with Jean Robert choosing to have this conversation.
It is really weird for it to be like day one and everyone just instantly is like, oh, Todd is scheming. And we don't really see anything at the start to indicate that he has started scheming yet. So it's a little weird.
Jean Robert also tells us in the early going that he has a plan that his idea is because there's some talk about like Jean Robert sleeps too much. He's going to try to be lazy in the beginning of the game. And then in the middle and in the end of the game, he's going to work really hard. And then people are going to say, wow, Jean Robert, most improved.
I don't know why Jean Robert wants to start with a disadvantage. Like, why do you want to come from behind? I understand that he thinks he's going to get away with doing less work in the future than he otherwise would have to. But I don't think you want to also have to make up for that negative perception that's already on you early in this season.
Yeah.
Like, I understand wanting to be most improved. I do think that I think there might be I think there might be something there. But the other thing, too, is Jean Robert is like such a big guy that you'd think that he's someone who'd be really relied on at this point, and not pulling your weight at the start of the game could just get you sent out early. So you'd think that he'd maybe want to be like, okay, well, I'm going to work, but just like not as hard as I could. And then I will proceed to become most improved anyways. Why is he starting at 0?
I don't know. Look, I think that for a poker player, I think a lot of strategic questions about Jean Robert. That because he also, I think, tries to say in the reunion show that no, I was going to be nice. They voted me out. That I was just started off being a jerk. They voted me out before I was able to then turn on the charm.
See, and I think that there's a saying, and it goes, be nice first, because you can always
give us the Julie Chen statement.
You can always
be the good.
Be the good. You can always be mean later if you have to, but if you start out mean, it doesn't matter how nice you are, you will never overcome your mean start. Like, just a fundamentally flawed idea that he has here. bad decision making from Jean Robert. But you know what? This experience made him way better at poker. Okay, so he really won in the end.
He's got sick reads now.
He's got sick reads.
Scally, but does what he's talking about like make any sense in poker? Like, what if you came into a poker tournament and then played like really bad, like the first, like, oh my god, this guy's an idiot.
You want him to be a hustler?
Yeah, but was he trying like to hustle everybody? Like, if we're buying what he's selling?
He's ready to be a pool shark.
Yeah, the problem there is I feel like, okay, with poker, you're starting with multiple hands and can reset, where Jean Robert, like, this is your one. Everyone's going to see what you're doing on TV before you get to return. So it's not as if you can play this game poorly and then go ahead and come back and be a hero. That's not happening either.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about the Amanda and Todd of it all. They find each other pretty early in the game, Kirsten, and they end up making a deal. They go all the way to the final three. But this was something that Richard talked about in the first season. He's like, yeah, we were a 4, but it wasn't like it wasn't a straight line where we were a 4. Do you feel like that the Amanda and Todd relationship, when they go and they have breakfast or they have to eat the pizza together, they say, so see, look, we were together the whole time? Do you feel like that this was a straight line for Amanda and Todd sticking together through the whole game?
Well, no, because we see it many times where Amanda's like, I'm keeping him close because I have to, because he will turn on me at any time. And the two of them are both the most strategic people on their tribe. They're the two most forward thinking, the two most proactive. And so I think it was kind of a situation where they had to continue with each other, or else they would have a very powerful enemy, right? Because they both, I like Amanda's great. I think that they do really match each other in a way. And so I do think that if the right opportunity had presented itself, Todd would have definitely turned on Amanda many times over. The problem is that when it came down to it, Amanda didn't have it in her to also betray him and make it a tie at the final four.
I feel like partially it is, if there was a viable option for Amanda to go with to the end with, other than Todd, I think Amanda actually would be almost more likely to make the move, because I don't feel like Todd feels like he has to. I think both of them are willing to do it, but Amanda definitely sees more to gain from
Why didn't they vote out Todd when they voted out Denise?
I will talk about how that scenario goes, and I don't know that it's great for Amanda either.
Well, I would love to talk a little bit about Amanda, because other than her blurring, we haven't talked too much about Amanda so far. Kirsten, do you think that we get to see a lot of, and I'm not talking about the blurring, like in terms of Amanda's game, do we see a lot here in China?
I think that we do see a decent amount. Obviously, more could be shown. I think there's a lot of times where Amanda and Todd make decisions together where it's probably presented more as Todd's decision. But there are a few moments throughout the game where you see Amanda and Todd at odds, and Amanda does get her way. So it's not like a relationship where Todd is like the dominant and always gets his way and Amanda is just along for the ride. They're both really proactive, forward-thinking players, and Todd won. So Todd's going to get more of his game shown than hers, but I do think we see a lot, but we could have definitely seen more.
We don't see Amanda's relationships with people outside of what we need to see, I think, on the season. We see her with Todd strategizing. We see her and Courtney, but until the very end game, it's pretty much like she's with that alliance and she is working closely with Todd in order to, like, here's who she might be against, but not necessarily like other alliances that she may be working and relationships that she has. Whereas for Todd, I feel like we get a pretty good idea of how almost every single person on this season feels about Todd.
Yeah, I feel like that we see the better version of Amanda next season in Fans versus Favorites. And I feel like that in her collaboration with Parvati in particular, I feel like that we see her like light up a little bit more, where here, like, I just don't feel like that we get a lot of Amanda like in the episodes.
Yeah. It's hard. Amanda's 22 when she's playing this season, which I also do forget a lot of times. But so is Todd. So, it's hard because you look and you can say, like, okay, Amanda's only 22. That does explain some of the, like, not being so sure of herself in every conversation she's having. She does fumble over her words a little bit. She's not owning her game as much as Todd. But again, Todd is the same age and doing everything that Amanda is doing better, unfortunately, for her.
Yeah, but there is also, like, and trying to put myself back in the shoes of being 22, like, there is also something to be said for being the woman in the partnership and the way that people are going to perceive her as a woman who is manipulating, like, backstabbing, making strategic moves. And I do think that how she is perceived is on her mind, and that would make you be a little bit more uncertain about making the decisions. Like, even if you know it's the right move to make, you maybe might not want to make it as much because of how people will think of you. And I do think that that's an important aspect to consider.
Yeah, I don't know how much she knew the game also. That I'm just reading her bio, which I never had looked at before from Survivor China. It talks a lot about her involvement in the modeling world, in the pageant world. It says that Kimmel has competed in many beauty pageants and was crowned Miss Montana USA in 2005 and placed in the top 8 for Miss Earth in 2006.
Oh.
She's been on the cover of Montana Living magazine and Pageantry magazine. Kimmel has been to China twice before to compete in the Miss Kite of the world pageant in Weifang. And she was given a key to the city.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, and listen to this. While promoting tourism in these pageants, she did volunteer work in orphanages and other organizations and was permitted to fly kites off of the Great Wall in 5-inch heels.
Wow.
All right, Amanda. So she would have been fine entering the game.
I get the sense from that it was like, oh, China, I've been to China before. Like, I feel like that sort of like got her an in on like the casting for this season.
See, I feel like the way that I don't know that Amanda, I don't think anyone on this season, but I definitely don't think Amanda was as big of a fan as Todd by any means. But Courtney really talks about how, like, this was Todd's dream. This was Amanda's dream. They wanted to be here. I did not. I was not a fan of the show. So I think Amanda was a fan to my knowledge. In her heroes versus villains bio, she cites Richard Hatch, which is a big name, but like as the person she least respects. So I think that for Amanda, that does show a little bit of like you're pulling back and you have a working knowledge on someone that you may disrespect, but who knows, it could be for other reasons as well.
Who knows? Could be a lot. Yeah.
You forgot to mention that she has camped every weekend in Montana since she was 3 years old, and she tries to never leave home without her cowboy boots.
Okay. So interesting. I had no idea about all these. Amanda, I know that T-Bird is like trying to find her.
I would be thrilled.
I would love it.
Amanda is not the biggest character on this season. I don't think Amanda is the biggest character on any season she's on, but I think she's like a very solid strategic woman and does play a solid game here in China and her other seasons. I think she is talked about as not so great of a player because of how she does at a final tribal council. I think if that one thing could be fixed in Amanda's game, she is pretty deadly. So I think Amanda is underrated still.
Which the irony is that, I always talk about how like when players return, they sort of like take on the characteristics of the person that won their season. And so it seems like that for Todd and Amanda, they're sort of linked through time, and that her fatal flaw happens to be the superpower of the person that did win her season.
Yeah. Well, I do know also, I believe that Todd said he left tribal council thinking Courtney won. So it's possible Amanda was idling, she was working for her Micronesia game, trying to idle Courtney's game. So that's also possible. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I guess I could find this out on the wiki of, so they must have filmed this in maybe June of 2007, and then filmed Fans versus Favorites like while this was airing. So she doesn't know like how the season is going to go here. Yeah, I think that they had aired a couple of episodes, so people were surprised that like who was going to show up on Fans versus Favorites, but they knew who James and Amanda both were.
That at that party that I took a picture with Eric Stein, Johnny Fairplay was there and got power bombed by Danny Bonaducci in the fall of 2007.
Iconic moment.
Went and then competed in Fans versus Favorites like a week or two after that.
I think competed is an interesting term to use there.
He was there.
Who would have thought that Danny Bonaducci would have such an effect on how Survivor played out?
I still like, because obviously, again, I came into Survivor late. People drag me for it. I don't care. But I will never forget my like very long-term ex-boyfriend being like, "Oh, but did you ever see that time when Johnny Fairplay got dropped?" And I was like, "What?" And so I think I had seen that footage before I had seen very many seasons of Survivor.
Yeah. It was all because that there was like the power was going out. They kept losing power, so they were just having like reality stars like go up on the stage to filibuster at this Fox reality channel awards show, and they were just letting them like banter and like fill time. And then Johnny Fairplay just got a little too close with Danny Bonaducci.
Did Jeff Probst pay off Danny Bonaducci? Is that what happened?
I don't know. I don't know if they've had any interactions. Okay, well, let's talk about. So in the third episode, we get another challenge, which is always like a curious decision. We have like this wrestling match where Dave Cruiser gets completely naked.
How?
Give me one good reason why someone would choose to get nude before this.
Regardless,
that other people be too scared to fight him? Like, I don't get it.
Regardless of any like player's decision, I don't know how production lets this happen following Survivor All-Stars. I feel like you have literally like close to like the worst case scenario play out on Survivor All-Stars. You have a terrible situation go down, someone leaves the game, there's a lawsuit, and then we get here and Jeff's like, whoa, Dave is naked. Like, how is that being allowed on this season?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. I think that what they think is going to happen is that James is just going to come over and just pummel this idiot for doing it. But like knowing everything that we know now, it is a very valid question to think like, what were they thinking at this time?
And I think that likely this also looking through a 2007 lens probably also is affected by this being a split gender challenge probably in the decision making, which doesn't actually make the decision any better, but possibly leads to why they made it.
Well, and it just goes to show how far we have come with actually taking things seriously. Because I don't think anyone's getting naked to physically fight on season 41. I would bet money on that.
We should hope not.
And if they are, I might just be out. Like I might just have to go. But like that's creepy and horrible. But this is also the episode where it's introduced that Jean Robert is like making sure that he's always sleeping in the shelter next to Courtney and Amanda, even though they don't want to sleep next to him. And you get the iconic confessional from Courtney where she says, "I weigh 7 pounds. I can't keep myself warm." Like, shut up. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Is this when Jean Robert says, like, look, call me creepy, but
enough said. We will.
Yeah.
Forever.
You locked it in.
Yeah.
Certified creep.
No, I mean that it is really like an issue where it's like they are like moving around, like I'm moving to different parts of the shelter because I can't be near him.
Well, and it's like I'm assuming that Courtney and Amanda wanted to be near each other in the shelter as like a form of like just to protect each other too. Like it's so weird and so inappropriate from him to be like, oh yeah, this is what I'm doing. And like, he's 10 years older than Courtney at the time, like 14 years older than Amanda. Right. And he's like, oh, they keep me warm. Like, no, go away. Right. You know who could keep you warm? James will keep you warm. Yeah. I bet he's like a freaking heater. Stop being a weirdo.
Yeah. He's not like, James, Denise, get over here. No. Come keep me warm.
Not
Like,
even close. And it's not
mm-mm.
even just in the shelter. Even when they go on a reward and they're like, everyone's in their separate bathtubs, like clothed, but in their bathtubs, Jean Robert is like, oh, that looks like the like hottest tub over there. It's like, all right, Jean Robert, like
Yes.
leave these people alone.
And that's when Courtney literally says, I chose the bathtub as far away from Jean Robert as possible because he makes me uncomfortable. Like, that is said on the show, and it's just not taken seriously at all. It's just another situation of people not being protected while they're on the show in a very vulnerable state. And it's gross, and it needs to be brought up, and I will continue to bring it up as it comes up.
Okay.
Because
So
he's gross. Ugh.
Leslie is going to get kidnapped in this episode, and she goes over to John. It's like, these are my people. Some of the people up there to do Bible study.
It's really hard as a Christian to be on Failong.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
like, she's not, because she only has a personal relationship. But
Yeah. And she goes over, she's befriending Jamie and Eric, and they bond over their faith. You know, this is also the same episode where Todd and Courtney overhear Jean Robert and James in the water talking about how I guess that they're talking about like who's the best looking in the tribe and who are they gonna get with.
Yeah, there's discussion of looks. I believe the famous quote is $1 million is one thing, but if you can get $1 million and some ass, not good, Jean Robert.
He quotes himself in the finale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's like, oh, this is my line. This is my moment. Like,
Get the
don't be
t-shirt
proud.
ready, Johnny.
Jean Robert is out there in a freaking bowling shirt acting like I don't know, like he looks like he's dropping off his like middle school child at school, just being weird. Like I have to believe that Jean Robert was not getting much ass before or after Survivor, and I don't understand why he thinks that it's okay to say that.
Yeah, but I'm confused with Todd here because Todd does say that, especially once they say they're targeting Courtney, Todd says that he wants both James and Jean Robert out in
the trash.
Yeah.
Is getting stinky.
Next 9 days. They're out. Doesn't come to fruition, but it's a thought.
Why did Todd lie to us? Like, it just hurts. It just
Todd
hurts
will lie
that he
to
lied.
anyone.
Like,
He will lie to anyone.
And the thing is, my personal relationship to Todd is still fine, but in the game, he let me down, you know?
Okay, so you have you're not like super I'm trying to think of the right word. You have a personal relationship with Todd.
Yeah, that's right. You know, in the way that anyone watching a TV show has a personal relationship with the characters.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, I think at that point when it was going to be no swap, okay, that's easy. Okay, let me take out Jean Robert. We'll take out James. Okay, we'll go into the merge. But I think that the swap ends up changing things in that dynamic.
Yeah, which
Just
is fair.
another reason to complain about it.
So, you know, we haven't talked at all about Aaron, and Todd and Amanda come up with a plan, and basically they end up telling Aaron they're going to be a final three with Aaron, but Aaron is really just a patsy to be out in front, to be the leader. In Survivor China, not a good idea to be the leader. Nobody should want to be the leader because it doesn't go well.
I do love at the end how he's like, well, look, it could have been me. My alliance all made it to the end. And it's like, Aaron, they weren't bringing you. Stop.
Yeah. Also, I feel like that over the years, Aaron has gotten like a little like overrated. We'll get to his boot in a couple episodes. But when I watched in the recap episode, first off, Scally, did you know that Aaron quit being the leader at Failong? He resigned.
Yeah, for 0.2 seconds before he starts distributing the chore list again for the day.
And
I'm
he
not
put on
the
a
leader.
suit and he quit.
I'm not the leader, but here's exactly what everyone will be doing today, as per usual.
Right.
But I'm not the leader. I'm not like a regular leader. I'm like a cool leader, okay?
I'm not the leader. I just have a personal relationship with the chores.
With leading. Yeah. All right. So Leslie is going to come back. There's some talk about maybe should it be Jean Robert? He snores.
He's lazy.
Yeah, but they're concerned about that we have weak women in the challenges, like Leslie, like Courtney. One of them's got to go.
Yeah, and it was at one point down between Courtney and Jean Robert, at least as it's presented. But ultimately, Leslie apparently also was sick a little bit in the early game, and having visited the other tribes, seeming like when Leslie comes back and she's like, "That tribe is just so amazing. I love them so much. I would love nothing more than to work with them, and none of you." Like, Leslie, I wonder why this happened.
She's telling the truth. It's the golden rule. I do like, though, they spend so much of this episode complaining about the weak women on the Failong tribe. And yet, at the start of the immunity challenge, where you have to hack the ropes with a machete, they're like, "Oh, we'll give this task to Courtney." That makes sense. It's like, okay, well, good job.
Yeah,
I feel like they make a mistake in Courtney sits out a ton of challenges and so does Todd, but they sit out Todd and Courtney in the reward challenges almost exclusively, even when they're not physical. So I don't know why they're making that decision where they are then going to have to rely on having Courtney in immunity, regardless of if it's strength or not.
Yeah, this episode did have the immunity challenge, which was physical, which was this wrestling match. And so that I think was probably where they wanted to sit them out. But Courtney also said in her Entertainment Weekly article that she did the final quarantine confessional. She wishes she would have sat out more challenges.
Iconic.
And I would feel the same way, I'm sure, if I was in her shoes.
Also, that the Zhan women really dominated the reward challenge also, where that they, it seems like that Failong has stronger men, but the women of Zhan really dominated.
Yeah. I think that definitely that was the intention with the tribe, as it is often when they're breaking down the tribes. Did not ultimately play out in their favor, though.
Okay. In the fourth episode, things are really going to come to a head with Dave Cruiser and the fire pit. Scally, anything else you want to add about Dave Cruiser and his quest for the fire pit and the bricks?
No, not too much. I feel like it's pretty explanatory where Dave, first of all, will throw back to gonna throw you off more than having to wrestle a naked man is being the naked man being laughed at nonstop in that challenge, I would think, from Dave's perspective. So Dave doesn't make a lot of great decisions here. He is arguing with Sharia and PG about
Sharia's had it with Dave Cruiser.
As she should. He gets right into her personal space. Like, don't get into somebody's space. And then he gets upset that she didn't like that he was in her space. And it's like, Dave is just very clearly the kind of person who will pick and pick and pick and pick. And then the second someone reacts, he's like, whoa, why would you do that? I've only been a demon for the past 12 days. Why would you ever react? Yeah, that's what's going to happen. When you're a dick to people, eventually they reach their breaking point and they will lash back out at you. Ugh, what he got right in her space. And I was like, this is not okay. Back up, buddy.
Yeah, back up, Dave Cruiser.
it was the shells. They're for his mom. He needs them.
What? What is that? That's what you're choosing. You are on a game of social strategy and you're like gonna have a hissy fit over the shells. Guess what? You can find more shells. I guarantee you.
Dave's not going home with $1 million. These are the shells are the best hope he has of going home with anything at this point.
The only thing is better than $1 million, $1 million and some shells. Dave Cruiser's motto. Yeah,
well, Dave Cruiser didn't have to get the ass because he is one, so just so much I literally finished watching the season 2 days ago and I'm like, wow, Dave was only in 4 episodes because
there's
we
a lot of Dave
so
Cruiser.
much of him.
So much
Dave Cruiser in the pre-merge, so much Jean Robert.
It's a big problem.
It's a lot. And I mean, even after this next reward, like we're not only getting him as Zhan, he's getting kidnapped over to Failong for his last episode.
Yeah, he's getting kidnapped and he's going to try to work with everybody.
Yeah, not before he tries to hug James. And again, issues with the personal space where James, I don't know how Dave has tried to hug James in the past. I don't know when they were on a beach together, but James is like, I told you about the hugging. You got to stop. Absolutely
well,
not.
I'm assuming that was like the second time he hugged James in the day that he was kidnapped.
Mhm.
How many times you got to try and hug someone before you realize it's unwanted? Stop it.
Mhm. Yeah. A lot of that in the season.
A lot of it in the season. It's gross. I like how Todd is able to convince him to get the clue to the idol, and Dave's like, "Well, do you believe that turnabout is fair play?"
Mhm.
I was like, "Yeah, I do."
Sure.
Love that
I feel like that Todd sticks the idol clue in his buff.
It's cute.
That's cool.
Very Peter Pan-esque.
Yeah. All right. So everybody's enjoying how that Dave Cruiser is gone from John Who. Kind of makes it easy for everybody when they come back, and it's going to be a Dave Cruiser vote here.
Yeah, imagine you get one day away from him and everyone is in a better mood and it's easier to be on Survivor, and then he comes back and you're like, well, we've got to change this.
Because there was a little bit of the question on John Who of like, wow, Dave, he does do not the best in the challenges. He has flopped before, but he's one of our bigger guys. And then you never in these games, like they say, you never want to let people see what it's like when you're not there. And they get the preview and they like it too much.
Is that in the Art of War?
Yeah, I think so. It's probably in the end of it that I haven't read yet.
Yeah. I mean, what a wild pre-jury trip they must have had on this season with Chicken, Ashley, with Leslie, Dave Cruiser, followed by Aaron, and then poor Sharia.
Yeah, poor Sharia.
I feel like poor Sharia and poor Ashley.
Who was hanging out on this pre-jury trip? Because I don't see one duo.
Maybe Dave and Chicken were roommates.
Did they get along well in their first few days?
Who do I feel worse for in that situation?
Damn. All right, let's get to our big swap episode here. All right, It's called Love is in the Air.
Well, it's called Love is in the Air because this is where we find out that Eric and Jamie are having biblical hangouts because they're man and woman.
I'm pretty sure it's because James has a big crush on Denise is why we're naming this Love in the Air.
Well, that is a wild, unexplored plot thread, Scally, where that James tells us, boy, if Denise was younger or if James was older, watch out.
Yeah, she would be in trouble. I am nervous for Denise in this scenario. That's what he says. He's
Lunch Lady Denise.
She talks you up and she does all the work around camp. He finds it attractive. And you know what? I did not see it coming, but I do ship it.
I cannot in good conscience ship that. Denise is a married woman. How dare you?
Yeah,
okay?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lunch Lady Denise, but I love James.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too, is I think it's that I love James too much to see him with another.
Wow. I mean, this is like a wild fan fiction of James and Lunch Lady Denise. It's like a weird 2-episode arc that they have of that. He talks about how he finds her attractive. Then ultimately he ends up eating the balut to save her. And then nothing is ever mentioned of this relationship again.
Yeah.
It wasn't relevant, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like we should have had a little bit of a follow-up when James eventually does go with Denise. I don't feel like we got any payoff where this was even a hard decision for Denise. She's like, yeah, all right, top 4 sounds good. I'm marching along.
Imagine what was left on the cutting room floor.
Actually, I think it was. I work in an elementary school. It's not a middle school.
I mean, I think James had a high school crush at least.
High school crush.
I think it was more serious than middle school crush.
Oh my God.
I know.
Watch out.
But imagine what was left on the cutting room floor of the James Denise showmance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Um,
So,
But
yes.
Kate, so Eric and Jamie hang out. He calls it biblical because they're a man and a woman, but then admits to being a virgin, so we know that they are not together in the biblical sense. And this is where Jamie is like, "Oh, he's a virgin, so he's trustworthy." What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a one-to-one. I think
What does
that
that mean?
it is a correct read. I don't think Eric is a schemer, but I don't know that this is a causation,
Yes.
relationship there.
Yes. So, are all guys that are virgins trustworthy? I guess.
I am gonna have to say no. And I think that there's probably some that are not virgins that are trustworthy.
Oh,
I
it's a whole
haven't met them
FYI
personally, but
yeah.
like I'm sure they exist.
This is like no F-boy island.
Oh, they're all, nice guy, nice try.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the boat comes. The boat comes and they get a note. Okay, pick the strongest two people from the other tribe.
I love so much with Zhan, who not even considering that this is an equal swap, and they just think they're being handed.
Like, yeah, we're getting 7.
Yeah, we're gonna be the strongest tribe. I feel so bad for them. Wow, what
So funny. Like, why would you believe? Like, I could see it if they got to steal one person, maybe thinking, okay, now we're gonna be like more even in the numbers.
Yeah.
Like, I can understand why they're doing this, and we get to choose, so it's all good. To be like, you just get their two best and they get nothing. What a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, there's numerous confessionals. It's not even in the moment. Like, they spent the rest of the afternoon really just like basking in the glory of how strong their tribe was about to become.
Well, I think it's you're filming some camp life stuff here. You see them saying this and you're like, confessionals now. Don't send the boats yet. Don't send them off. We need these confessionals now because it's gonna be funny.
And it pays off in the face crack because
Yeah.
they are so upset looking around at each other, realizing like, oh, none of us considered this whatsoever.
Yes, they were gonna get 2 of our people.
Oh, that's logical. I can't believe that. Like, oh my Lord.
Yeah. Okay, so James and Aaron, they are going to get picked up on the boat, and then it is going to be Frosty and Sharia who are gonna make the trip to Failong. And
do you think that they should have had to choose one man, one woman, like each of them? Would that have made anything better? I don't know.
I don't think it makes anything
I don't.
better.
Yeah, I don't think it changes.
Just screws over a woman instead.
Yeah. Never mind. They should have not been allowed to take women at all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Should they have picked Jamie, the sunshine of the tribe, instead? Really dampened their day.
Well, I think Sharia had been more dominant in challenges to this point. I know Eric is going to win an immunity down the stretch, but at least in some of these other challenges, I think Sharia was like a much better challenge competitor, especially when they do challenges that sometimes it's like they do like men's heat and women's heat, where I think that Eric is more like middle of the pack, but I think that probably of the women competitors, I think Sharia was more like the dominant person who, when they have like, okay, now pick one woman from your team and one woman from the other team to wrestle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because even if they take, like, they know right away that they're taking James and Aaron, like, they still have Zhan Robert, who is a very large man in comparison to the rest of the competitors. And like, if you take Eric, it's not like he's competing with Aaron anyway, where like Amanda is a very strong challenge competitor, and next to Sharia, like, she's getting flung off a boat, no problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, how about this? Were these tribes fair?
I don't think so. I think there was
Todd and Courtney on Failong. So they really went with like, okay, we're gonna give you probably like okay, we're gonna give you the biggest guys over here, the biggest 3 guys potentially on this tribe. We're gonna give you the old guys on the other team, but we're also gonna stick you with like the 2 of the smallest people. So you have like big and small on Failong, and more like like superstars on John Who.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think that like PG and Jamie are good, But if you're comparing them, especially within a season with so many physical challenges, to like Denise, like I think Amanda and Denise are still outdoing both of them. I think they probably
True.
expected a little more out of Ashley, but she got sick. So they probably expected her to be a pretty decent challenge competitor. But I think putting like the three largest men, like at least Aaron probably should have been over on the other tribe.
Well, and who do you swap? Do you swap?
Give them Dave. Dave and John Romero on one tribe is too much.
They had to be kept apart.
Probably Frosty.
They had to have Jamie and Eric together for their showmans. Duh.
You think they knew?
I think there's a chance that they were cast with each other in mind.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think that they felt like Frosty was going to be a help in the challenges because of his athleticism.
Parkour, yes.
Especially with that first challenge. That's fair.
So I think you'd have to pick like one of the two, like least athletic guys in either Dave or Chicken to switch over.
That's
and
fair.
you can't. Can you imagine if Chicken and Denise are on the same tribe? What would that dynamic have been like? Like he farms the chickens, she heats up the chicken nuggets. Like there's something there.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could put James over on Failong and then switch then like one of the other guys over to put James on John Who and then switch over one of the other guys to Failong.
I make it a little bit more. Well, is there a way to balance the women?
I feel like generally with Survivor tribes, they are going in knowing that like one of the tribe of women is going to be stronger. And I think that they thought that that was the Zhan Hu tribe. And again, ultimately, because it was so many like body on body physical challenges, I think Amanda and Denise held their own very well. And Leslie was not quite up to like PG's level or Jamie's level, but like fine enough with the other two.
But then when somebody's able to sit out the challenges, it ends up being like a huge difference maker where it's like, oh, okay, well, that these people will hold them back. But okay, well, now they're up in the numbers. So now they can, sit out people that would potentially be a liability in the challenges.
Yeah. There were even challenges where Courtney is not technically sitting out, but she never competes because they never need like all four women playing at the same time.
She does what she needs to do, and I respect it.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about one of the major strategic points in this season. I think this is probably another thing from Survivor China that really is going to be very important moving forward. PG ends up coming up with a plan with Jamie to throw the challenge to either vote out Eric or either James or Aaron after the challenge. And boy, Jeff gets so mad about this.
He's fuming. Absolutely fuming.
Yeah. His two boys over here, the alpha males of Failong, are suddenly in danger when like the only other times that I can remember when I was going through a challenge being thrown in the past, like one in Survivor Africa to a favorite at the time, maybe not so much since. And then more recently at the time of China was Cook Islands for Billy. So I think that paid off with many dividends for the show, so they didn't mind that one as much. Here, I think that the targets are not Jeff's preferred targets, so it's not well received at all.
I mean, I just have to say, thank God they chose to vote out Aaron first over James, because if James gets voted out here, the season loses a lot. Like, we get to see enough Aaron, and he's fine. But James is such a well-rounded character on the season where I feel like we get to see James happy. We get to see James angry. We get to see James getting along. We get to see him being on his own as he prefers it. We get to see him in conflict. Like, we get to see so many sides of James in this season. And if we hadn't gotten to see that, I do think that this season falls a little bit.
And we talked about like how would Aaron have done if he had made it any further, and I mean, Aaron also here is talking about how like, oh, I'm planting seeds about James and it's my subtle move. Like, it's very obvious, Aaron. We all understand what you're doing. So like they're just waiting for Aaron to release as much information as he can before they ultimately cut him. So yes, I think Aaron probably does like a little like decent merge run, but I don't think ultimately this was the make or break in Aaron's game in terms of winning.
No, he was never going to win.
No, and I think that the edit really propped them up, especially when you watch some of the scenes from the recap episode where like James was like incensed one time. He was like taking a nap on the boat, and James came over and was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You're supposed to be our leader." And like Todd was on the boat also, and Todd was like, "Oh, is James coming over here to yell at me?" And James is like, he's just a flight attendant. You're supposed to be our leader. Todd's like, I didn't even care. Like, as long as he wasn't yelling at me.
I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to yell at me.
Yeah,
so.
And he resigned as the leader. So, I think Aaron probably was not that great.
Aaron's horrible blazer that he puts on when he
Why did he have a blazer?
retires.
He was a surf instructor. Surf's up, Kirsten.
The surf is down. The surf is down.
Surf's down Friday? Is that what it was? Casual surfing day?
Yeah, the very casual blazer. Why was he in like I think that they were told on day one, like, oh, well, like you're going to like an event and we're gonna take pictures. Maybe
he was a surf instructor at like an Ivy League institution.
Yeah, that classic.
Class it up. Surf college.
It's possible.
I mean,
surf professor.
He's getting his PhD in surf.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Not good. But yeah, very glad that they chose to vote him out over James here. But yeah, Probst is like, what were you doing? And Jamie's like, yeah, well, kind of threw it.
They're like laughing. It's also like they're not even taking the game seriously. So it's not enough that it's an obvious throw. It's like that they are cracking up and they can't even control this. And James is incensed. Like, what are you doing?
James is very frustrated because it's hard because it's not as even like when Jeff is asking or when James, like they're never giving anyone like a real answer of like, this is better for our games. And so like, this is what we're doing. They're just laughing about it and or being like, whoops, who cares? Like, and so I think that's what is frustrating them more is they're not taking it seriously and like explaining why this is better for their games. Because I think if they did that, it would be better received from Jeff and production ultimately. But Jamie and PG are like struggling to even keep it together during the challenge, let alone when confronted with it.
Yeah, Jamie like frisbees the puzzle piece out into the middle of nowhere. Like, oh, okay, yes, very, very subtle. And then
here's a piece that you weren't even looking for.
Yeah, don't love that. I feel like
I think he was really trying to blow up their spot.
He was so mad.
So. I don't know that he should be blowing up their spot, but I think he definitely was trying to.
He's mad.
I don't think he does that today, but at the time, it was definitely intentional.
I don't know how this would be treated today. Like, I wonder if they would even include this in the show. Like, I can't remember the last time that we got like a person, like a tribe, obviously throwing a challenge. Like maybe not since Drew Christie. And it ends up like backfiring and blowing up in his face. So if a tribe throws a challenge and it works out and they get what they want and it doesn't end up like being like where then it's obviously a mistake after the fact, like it was for Zapatera, I feel like they don't even include it in the show anymore.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I definitely do think that there are points where like we're not privy to the throw that did happen.
Like I feel like that happens like quite a few times, like in exit interviews. We're like, oh yeah, like no, we totally threw that challenge because we wanted to get so and so. Like, oh, like I had no idea. And only like when it blows up in a person's face do they make it part of the show.
Well, they don't want people throwing, okay? Survivor is about the competitions, okay? And it's about doing well in them. And if you're going to throw it, then you might as well just go home.
That's what I hear.
What did you just say to me?
Yeah. Anyway, so, all right, Aaron gets voted out. And they've got it all queued up where James, you're next.
Well,
watch out, James.
James wanted this one to be him. He was like, you know what? Aaron deserves this.
I've had it.
If you're not going to take this seriously, if you're not going to actually try to compete, then you know what? I'm out. Aaron deserves to be here. And James doesn't even vote for Aaron. He votes for PG. He's not having it.
She was throwing the challenge. She needs to be punished. Come on.
Yeah. All right.
Because he
Aaron
was
goes
furious too. Yeah, James was really mad about losing that challenge.
He doesn't like to lose.
Doesn't like it.
No. All right. And he didn't even care about Aaron, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. I don't
Did
know
we
if that was
ever
a
see them
particularly
talk other than the argument in the
recap episode? No, I
recap
don't think they have
episode?
too much going on. Okay. So James is trapped. He's going to try to work hard. So they want to keep him. PG is feeling good about where she is. You know, Krista, have we given enough attention to PG and her leadership here at John Who? I feel like that we haven't seen many times so far in the history of the show that like this is clearly PG's tribe. I don't think that we've seen that many times in the history of the show here in season 15 that a woman is looked at as like the leader of a tribe. When it's not a season of like men versus women.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. I do think we've probably been a little light on the PG talk up to this point, but that move was just like the show kind of presents that move as like her moment where she really shows up as a strategist. Up to that point, we've seen her as, you know, wanting to work at camp, being a leader along with Dave, kind of like the assistant to the regional manager type situation until Dave is gone. Even though she has like mostly better ideas and like knows how to talk to people, unlike Dave. But the throwing the challenge to get rid of Aaron is where you start to see, oh no, but she also is playing Survivor. Like she's not just surviving, she is playing Survivor as well.
Yeah, this swap is really where PG's like game comes alive. Before she is like the wannabe leader, like working alongside Dave. She's not super well received. And I feel like once this swap happens, we've already lost a lot of big personalities on this tribe. And in losing Frosty and Sharia here also, I think PG really becomes the focal point of the Zhan Hu tribe for sure.
Okay. All right. So we're going to get our reward challenge. And at this reward challenge, there's going to be a moment during the challenge where PG has a moment with Sharia. And Frosty and Sharia have integrated well over at Failong. And Sharia kind of blows off PG at the challenge where PG is like, hey, we're good. And Sharia just like doesn't say anything. And PG's like, oh, maybe we're not good.
Yeah.
I feel like you really just have to be like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
I just am like, was this the first door in the village that they're running through and she's worried about being overheard because they're too close? Because otherwise, I cannot understand why she wouldn't even just be like, yeah, like give a nod, give a wink, give any indication, because Sharia, I don't think does that much else wrong, except for this one moment that really just like compounds to her downfall.
Well, and I think that it is the thing though, where like maybe she's worried about being seen.
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, Sharia's going to get voted out in this episode. I mean, her not like giving a sign back to PG, like ultimately doesn't, unless that's what causes Failong to not just Zhan Hu to throw the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing stopping from Failong also throwing a challenge, especially after it was done so blatantly obvious. I have to imagine that they heard Jeff, saw what was going on, and also know it's a viable option. I mean, later in this episode, they suggest to one of their own alliance members to throw the challenge. So I think that probably
everybody wanted Zhan Hu to throw the challenge.
Yeah, it was a group effort.
Like only Denise couldn't cooperate. What if I would save Sharia?
Well, it would have been a moment. So this reward was the Charmin reward. I think is very important to bring up. No one's throwing that challenge.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're gonna end up going to the Charmin tea house. They steal James back. Everybody is gonna have a bathtub and they get to take a bath. James is going to take a shower.
And no one is mad about watching James shower out in the open.
Yes, he had to have his butt blurred.
Yeah,
now, what do you think they had to do to stop Jean Robert from doing the same thing? No one wants to see that. No.
Yeah, Dave got laughed at when he got naked. James got a very different reaction.
Yeah.
Well, James wasn't getting naked to fight people. Like, he was getting naked for a normal reason, to have a shower.
Yeah.
I think no one wants to see Dave naked, but they're probably not laughing at him if he's just having a shower.
Okay. So Todd tells James, give me the clue that you have. He's like, how do you know I have it? Okay. He's like, trust me. Okay. Because I have a plan to save you. He gets the clue. He realizes the bats are in the idol. Okay. So he's going to go to the sign, and Todd is going to go and try to pry that thing off. Amanda's helping him. And then Frosty is like, hey, what's going on over here?
And they're just like, nothing, but we will continue. Frosty's like climbing up on the thing, like, oh, I never get to do anything cool, and just like ripping parts off of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do not understand the panic that ensues. I understand that he is in close proximity to the idol, but I don't think at any point Frosty is reaching down and ripping it off for himself.
Can you imagine if Frosty's just ripping random crap off of there? He grabs the one and sees on the back that it's an idol, and he's like, oh, this one's for me, and just walks away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so for Todd to really just rush and rip it off and be like, well, we have no choice, we have to trust you. Were they about to leave for the immunity challenge?
No, I think Amanda even gives a confessional. She's like, well, Todd, he's young, he's impulsive, that's how he is. And it's sort of like, okay, well, I got this clue right now, I have to do. I don't know when James was leaving, but it was just Todd just had okay, well, we know where the idol is, let's go after it.
Yeah, I mean, he comes with them to the immunity challenge, so unless they are boarding the boat, I don't understand the urgency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah,
that's not an essential moment.
Amanda could have gone and hey, Frosty, I need to show you something over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they just really instantly freak out, and the thing is they freak out so much that I think then it would be tough to get rid of Frosty, because he now knows something is seriously up. Whereas if they had just kept their cool, he probably would have gotten distracted and left pretty quick.
Yeah. Also, this shouldn't have worked. Where Todd says we have no choice, we have to trust him. For Frosty, you would think that is not a great sign when they're like, we have no choice, that's the only reason you're here, it's the only reason you're being included. But Frosty's like, this is amazing, I found myself in a great majority. What?
Yeah. Now, Frosty's also somebody who doesn't really know the game. I'm pretty sure that he's a recruit. We did a Talking with T-Bird with him, talking about how he ended up on the show. So, maybe a more experienced player is able to suss that out.
Yeah.
He's happy to be there. Okay. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. Only 20 years old at the time. Not a big fan. So I understand it, but wide-eyed Frosty in this moment for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So Todd finds the idol, tells James, okay, here's how to get the other idol. Here's the plan. You take this, you lose the challenge. And then when the votes are read or votes are cast, you play this and you vote for Jamie.
Easy plan.
Yeah, a little bit of mansplaining how the idol works here, Todd.
To be fair, James did seem a little confused.
Yeah.
I
also, in fairness, that there's only the third season the idol's going to work that way.
Yeah.
Actually, it's only the second season the idol's going to work this way.
Mm-hmm. I do also really like James smacking Todd on the shoulder and Todd almost going flying across the beach. That's just love, baby. Okay, James. It highlights how much significantly smaller Todd is.
Okay.
There's a sizable difference.
So we get to our food eating challenge, and it comes down to Denise versus James, and the dreaded balut, the baby duck egg, is back. Lunch lady Denise, she tells us about how she can give out the nuggets in the cafeteria earlier in the season, but when it comes to eating the chicken fetus, no can do.
Mm-mm. No, pops the nuggets in the oven, not the balut down her throat. It does not work out.
Weakness in her game.
She cannot make it happen. And I I can't eat foods that most people love, so I can't judge her for not being able to eat that.
Yeah, it's a complete mental block. She doesn't even put it in her mouth. Like it touches her tongue and she's
And
like,
she's
I
like,
vomited. Like you didn't vomit. You didn't. But
like
sure.
you didn't even eat it, but it's okay. It's very similar. One of my friends in high school had a Survivor themed birthday party, and for the food they did a food challenge, and never in my wildest dreams did I imagine I'd be forced to eat a bunch of cold, lumpy mashed potatoes. But I don't like mashed potatoes on a good day, so I was just sat at the table crying, trying to eat the mashed potatoes. I can't imagine myself in an actual food challenge. I would die.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be well. Like I was literally like 15-year-old Kirsten crying at the table trying to eat mashed potatoes. It was not good. It was not a good time.
I like how James though does go. He's like putting on a performance. He's really struggling, and then as soon as it's obvious Denise is never ever doing this, you could leave her there for 3 years. James just like swallows the egg whole. Like he has no problem whatsoever.
It's like taking a pill.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this was a beautiful moment of it was like, okay, like Denise, I won't leave you hanging like this. I'll like you can't do it. I'll just what would be worse for Denise, like to have to go to tribal council, to that. It's almost like I will put you out of your misery by beating you and making your tribe go to tribal council right now.
Okay. Denise was a damsel in distress, and James did what any gentleman would do. Okay, he saved her from eating it.
Yeah, you know what? We have Zhan Hu members to vote out over here. We'll just vote out one of them instead. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, it's such a nice moment. It's just like that. Then this is the end of the Denise and James relationship in Survivor China, even though they're both going to be on the show for like 5 more episodes.
What could have been?
Thumbs the breaks.
What could have been? Okay. All right. Denise is upset. Todd's perfect plan didn't get to work. We were also robbed. That would have been a great moment.
That would have been iconic.
Mm-hmm. Would have been great.
You know what? But I think we get an even better moment 1 episode later, so I'm okay with how this ultimately plays out.
Okay. Anyway, so all right, we get some talking about. All right, is it gonna be Jean Robert? Is it gonna be Sharia?
And a lot comes up of Courtney really pushing as well that she really wants Jean Robert out because of how mean he is to her. And Todd seems to be feeling voting out Jean Robert. Amanda says no.
Yeah, it like all of the momentum is really going towards Sharia here. Amanda, don't know if this was even a good move for her, but kind of does head this in saying that Sharia doesn't even talk to anyone here except me. So I feel like maybe you want to keep the person who's only speaking to you around for a little bit and not keep someone who seems to be speaking to Todd quite a bit more. But Amanda does head this where Todd tries to switch the vote to Jean Robert during this round. But ultimately Amanda stays strong.
And yeah, so it's a good example of Amanda getting what she wants. Todd doesn't get what he wants. And I do kind of see the wisdom in leaving in someone that everyone hates over, more of a blank space.
Yeah,
well, because I think the concern is that Sharia could go back to Jean Hu when they get to the merge, where that Jean Robert. Like, there's no chance Jean Robert is flipping at the merge.
Jean Robert can't even go back to Failong at the merge. Like, he has no one.
He has nobody.
Yeah, there's multiple points here because if Sharia stays in the game, they do enter the merge all of a sudden at 5-5. So that's not great. Frosty seems to be in with them, but when there's another option on the table, who knows how that goes. And then also Jean Robert is a nice big target that everyone is looking at constantly in front of Todd and Amanda, where like the strategic duo of them two together is quite threatening in the early merge for sure.
Yeah. And Sharia also instantly hates Jean Robert.
Everybody does. Show me one person who didn't instantly hate Jean Robert. Who?
Just only Zhan
Even
Robert.
Denise is like ragging on him at one
Yeah,
point.
like there's nobody says one nice word
Yeah.
about Jean Robert the entire like even his like himself. He's like, yeah, I'm not surprised if people don't like me because I'm a bad boy. Shut up.
There's a lot of
Stop
funny
it.
bad boy stuff at this tribal council, but even like there's a scene where he's trying, like once James isn't around, when that he's like gets up early in the morning and he's like, oh, I put the rice on, and Denise is like, all right, thank you, tribe leader. And he's like, no, I'm not the tribe leader. I'm just a guy. Don't call me that.
This is where he was trying to make the turn into being nice to be most improved.
Yeah.
And Denise was having none of it.
All right. So at this tribal council, this is when they're talking about how, does it surprise you, Jean Robert, that people don't like you? He says, well, it's just because I'm a bad boy.
Yeah. Which relatable content.
Ew,
but
no. I would like to.
Rob gets it. He's the bad boy of podcasting.
I just think people need to
Like
stop
Luke
calling
Perry.
them. No. Rest in peace. I think that I would like to make a stand here that no one should ever refer to themselves as a bad boy ever again. Nobody. It's gross. It's ucky. Don't do it.
Okay.
Rob, you're grandfathered in by being the bad boy of podcasting,
Okay.
but no one else.
As long as I'm not the bad grandfather of podcasting.
No one wants a bad grandpa.
Mm-hmm. Nicole really enjoyed that movie. It's one of her character flaws. She laughed and laughed.
I didn't know anyone had seen that movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The movie came out in 2013? What?
Yeah. So there's some talk about like would a Harley make Jean Robert a bad boy?
Yeah, Courtney's like, what? Like, maybe a leather, like he doesn't even have a leather jacket.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like Courtney. She's like, he's not a bad boy. He's just a crappy person. Like, really telling it how it is. Courtney is done. She is going to tell you exactly how she feels.
Being a crappy person is just another way of being a bad boy. You just have to put the emphasis on it differently.
He is bad. Yeah.
He's bad.
Unfortunately, Sharia ends up going out. The sixth person voted out of the season.
Gone too soon.
Not too soon. Yeah.
I feel like we did not get to know her as well as I would have liked.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also don't think, I think if Zhan Hu had gone to another tribal council, Sharia really could have found herself on the outs there. So I don't know that this swap really changed her ultimate fate in the game, but I like Sharia a lot. I feel like she's someone that I would be open to seeing return, would love to see play again. I don't know that they are going to reach that far back, but a lot of fun while she was here.
Would she want to do it again?
She said in her quarantine questionnaire, absolutely sign her up. She's ready to go.
Yeah,
then
she's
sign her up.
A few of the live know-it-alls before, and she it seems like that she keeps up with the show. I think the thing about Sharia here was that like we really didn't get to see like Sharia like herself and her personality. It was almost like that we only saw Sharia in her conflict with some of the great men that were on the season.
Yeah.
She's always fighting with the bad boys.
Yeah, we saw her fight with Dave, and then we swap, and we really got to see her fight with Jean Robert.
And so what I have gleaned from this is that she has exclusively good taste. She has great instincts for people, and I would like to see her play again.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for
and she had a very iconic voting confessional for voting out Jean Robert there.
Yeah, what did she say? That you're not hot?
Basically.
Mm-hmm.
It was really good. Sometimes you don't need like a really sick burn. You can just tell the truth and it hurts.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that's the end of the pre-merge here in Survivor China. Anything else from the first 6 episodes?
No, for me, I feel like I know, like, I feel like these votes aren't like the most strategic. You're not getting groundbreaking strategy in these votes, but it is full of like big characters all through the pre-merge. Every vote is like at least interesting because if they could vote off Jean Robert at any moment, seems very believable. But I think that all of these people are memorable, at least to an extent.
Okay.
Yeah, fun to watch.
So far, so good. All right. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're talking about the post-merge of Survivor China. Jamie Dugan is going to get duped. Jean Robert is getting blindsided. James is going out with Idols. So much to talk about in the second half of Survivor China when we come back right after this. All right, and we are back to talk about the second half of Survivor China with Brian Scally and Kirsten McInnes. All right, you ready to talk merge?
Surf's up, baby.
Can't wait.
Okay. All right. So Todd is going to try to resolve some of the conflict between John Robert and Courtney. Courtney's not happy that John Robert is still here.
No.
Todd proving Kirsten wrong, saying he personally likes Jean Robert and who he's become. I understand Courtney here, where she's like, he's not here. You don't have to lie. Just talk crap about him with me, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do think that would have gone a long way of making Courtney feel even just a little bit better. There is also a confessional here that I really don't like from Todd, where he's like, well, too bad, bitch. Jean Robert is my number. Not a good look. Take it back.
Yeah. She also says that she dislikes everybody else more than she dislikes Todd and Amanda. They mistake that for friendship.
It's an easy mistake to make.
It's a good line, though, too.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Before we go to the merge, just so we see that James is going to go find the other idol.
He has a much easier time getting that one than they had the other.
What? Not perfect.
Not perfect.
No, he says he's like, I'm not impatient like Todd. I'm gonna wait for my moment, but could have found a better hiding spot, James.
Yeah.
Well, and also could have not left other non-idols on the ground.
I feel like as soon as that first one is missing, no one's walking right by that and having no idea.
Yeah.
So regardless if one's on the ground or not.
Yeah, there's two sides to the sign. He knocks both of them off, leaves the other one on the ground. So he has two idols now. Feeling good. First time in Survivor history, a player has two idols.
Yeah.
He's practically invincible.
Feeling good. Okay. So let's get to the merge. Black buffs, baby.
I see right before this, I feel like, isn't this where Jamie finds James' idols in the bag?
Yes, she searches his bag and is like, he's got two of them. So then she thinks, well, I might as well pick up this other one off the ground just in case.
Well, there's multiple things here for me. Where first, is there any chance that Jamie found this in the last cycle and was like, oh no, we don't want to throw the challenge. James has two idols. We can't do this. And they're showing it here instead.
Yeah, that is possible. I think in talking with PG, I think that she has said that is Sharia like giving her sort of like not great vibes, and like they felt like, okay, we're not throwing this challenge.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the number one reason, but I don't know if it could have compacted with that. But then also I love Jamie finding like, oh, he has two, so this other thing he left on the ground is probably also an idol that he had no bother.
Makes sense.
Yeah, well, he already had two. He didn't want to be greedy. Come on, he left one for her.
How many do you need?
Come on. Yeah, that's really interesting to think about it maybe having happened in the previous cycle.
Super likely. I feel like we would have heard about it by now, but it raised it as a possibility. I think ultimately Jamie still thinking that there is another idol out there and it's just not marked in any way is even funnier.
Yeah. Is there any evidence that they're trying to throw the challenge in the gross food competition?
Not really, no.
But most people are like going for it.
Yeah, but I was wondering if it was partially why they were not throwing was knowing he has an idol and better Sharia than me, and so I'm not throwing this anymore.
Yeah, I mean Jamie wolfs down the eel when she's up against Courtney.
Yeah.
So,
they both. It was admirable how they both really went for it on the eels, I would say.
Jeff was really. He's like, "Oh, this is the best meal you've had out here."
I mean, they're pretty hungry.
Okay. Speaking of hungry, big merge feast.
That's right.
Big merge feast. So enjoy, have fun, watch the acrobats, pay close attention because there's going to be a quiz later.
Yeah.
Well, and that's one of the top moments of the whole season is when Jeff just shows up to camp and goes, "What up?"
What up?
I love the strong reminder. The game never stops. Okay, did you hear me what I said? The game never
Apparently
stops,
not. I don't think they really paid that much attention.
No.
I mean, would you pay that much attention to like the details, or would you just be enjoying the show?
Or the food.
And the food.
Yeah. Okay. Jeff comes back with a quiz. All right. This is pretty good, Scally. They've never attempted anything like this again.
Yeah, I like this. I like that it really was incorporating the merge feast in a way that they have not done before. I would generally think really shows you early days of Survivor. Jeff shows up at camp and people could still be excited and not just assume something terrible is happening. So I like that there was a twist in which the day that they, was supposed to be their little bit of time off of game, you should have still been paying attention.
Yeah.
I do think that, Probst should set a precedent that if he goes to camp and it's not bad news, he says, "What up?
What up?
What up?"
It's also rewarding the people who are constantly thinking and are paying attention to what's going on around them in the game. So I think that's another positive here.
So, all right, here we go. We get our quiz and Frosty is going to win immunity. So congratulations, Frosty.
After he says he's screwed because he has a horrible memory.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but do you think he really knew the answers or was he guessing?
Guessing nothing was a pretty surprising guess, if that was the question. For what do they have on their feet? Oh, trick question. It was nothing.
I don't know. I feel like you always got to see these trick questions coming.
Yeah. What did Jamie say? Stockings?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Get very muddy.
I feel like if you see people's bare feet, that like sticks out. I don't know.
Depends what you're looking for.
Like people have strong feelings on feet in all directions. So I feel like that makes feet memorable.
Yeah, I guess so. All right. Well, they were for Frosty because he wins immunity. All right. PG is thinking like, okay, well, James is going to stick with us. Frosty is going to come back into the fold. We got this, right?
She's the eternal optimist. This is like when they thought they were just getting 2 more players at the swap. We also, I just feel like it needs to be addressed that when Jeff leaves camp, he says, "Well, for once, you don't have to go back to camp. You're already here. I'll split." I just thought it was really funny. I got a lot of joy out of Jeff coming to their camp, and I guess no one else feels the same way.
It was enjoyable.
Exciting.
So like, for once, you don't have to go back to camp. You're already here. Yeah, we know, Jeff, we're here.
I think
Go
split
away.
is what gets me the most there.
I'll split.
But I mean, if you're PG, I don't really know what better scenario you can draw up in your head. She's like, "James, we sacrificed a tribe member for you, so now you have to stick with us." It's like, I don't know how much that was a choice.
He literally said to vote him out. Like, you didn't give him what he wanted. I don't think he owes you anything.
Yeah. So Jean Robert and Todd have a conversation. This is going back to the beginning of the game, where Jean Robert says, "Look, Todd, if I get screwed, I'm blaming you because I know you're running the show. I'm not going to blame Amanda if I get voted out. And if I get screwed, I'm going to hold you responsible."
Yeah, cue us finding out that he said the same exact thing in reverse to Amanda. So I think if
not a bad move for Jean Robert. We've been hard on Jean Robert, but not bad.
Yeah,
not good.
But the moment Todd and Amanda compare notes and find out that he said, "Amanda, if you vote me out, I'm going to hold you responsible, not Todd, but you." I think the threat becomes a little less.
Actually, on paper, I think this is better than it actually is because, Carson, has this move ever worked in the history of reality TV? If you vote me out, I'm going to be the most bitter juror.
Yeah, I think people often will try to threaten their jury vote, and it never goes great.
No.
Like, even when it turns out that like the person doesn't get the vote and they would have needed it to win, it's still not like a good move because the other person still got voted out.
It does work. Like I feel like Scally, like in Big Brother, when it's like you're in like a group, it's like if Derek says like, "Hey, if anybody screws over the bomb squad, that we're all not voting for them. Like, like I feel like if you get like 4 or 5 people in the room to agree to it, it's like, all right, now we're locked in.
Yeah, maybe on Big Brother. I think on Survivor, it just gets you the first boot on your next season. So not ideal here.
Yeah. What? Because Vetus did that also.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Todd is pissed off though.
How dare he?
Don't piss off Todd.
You don't want Todd to be mad.
I mean, it's the start of Zhan Robert's also being like, oh, are we so sure about Jamie? Maybe PG should be the vote. And Todd does not like that other people are actually coming up with ideas here. It should be Todd, occasionally Amanda, but mostly Todd coming up with these plans.
Yeah, Todd's in charge. He's the strategic leader, okay? And if anyone else wants to make a decision, not happening.
And another one in the bonus like clip episode we get is Todd also has a little bit of a temper where he hears Zhan Robert is talking about him and blaming him for something that he didn't do, and Todd marches right up to Zhan Robert and is like, did you say it was my fault? So I think Todd does not love being threatened here and probably reacts poorly to it as well.
Well, and like nobody likes being threatened.
Yeah, but some people can take a threat, in stride a little better when there's $1 million on the line. I think Todd is a little reactive.
Yeah, Todd's a little, but again, the thing is Todd's in a position where he can be reactive and people will accept it, right? Like it's not like he's like a Dave or something.
Classic Todd.
Classic Todd.
Yeah. All right, let's go to actually one other thing. Jamie is going to come up to Todd and tell him about, hey, you know who has the idols? James.
I think it was more of, if you keep me, I can later tell you who has the idols. Todd's like, oh, okay, yeah, you can do that. You can do that next time. That sounds great.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Jamie not playing this knowledge well. Jamie also like tells Frosty like, well, guess what? I actually have a hidden immunity idol. And Frosty's like, well, that's great. Jamie can just play it for herself then. I don't need to flip over.
Yeah. Not because I feel like, she doesn't do the thing of like making people afraid, like, oh, maybe she has an idol, so you need an alternative plan. She's like, I have it. So but then enough people know she absolutely does not, that it doesn't work at all.
Okay, so we go to tribal council, and basically it's all a lead up to Jamie Dugan playing the fake idol here.
It's very funny. It's played for laughs. Jamie, I know, is not thrilled with her edit on the season. But you know what
did she say? Has she commented on it?
She has not watched the season ever in full. She's annoyed in terms of being played kind of for a fool, but also she's like,
she met her husband.
Yeah, I think she says like, well, it's not all of my
their wedding video.
She says that like not all of my strategy was shown. It's like, well, you didn't win. Not all of anyone's strategy was shown.
Well, Probst told her day 0 that she would be very popular, and it wasn't the case. I'd be mad too.
Yeah. But I mean, ultimately, like Jamie goes out, like it's very funny. She's played kind of as a laughing stock. I think that Jamie, her character is a good one. She's, overconfident, but she is strategic. She is like actively trying to play the game. I think probably if you were to look at Zhan, who it's really Jamie and PG who are the best players over there. So, and you know what? Adam goes out trying to take the idol, take with the fleur de lis in Winners at War a bunch of seasons later, and everyone says, like, good, go for it, try anything you got. So maybe she thought it was the real thing, but it would have been worse for her to not even try.
Yeah. Kirsten, I think that Jamie Dugan, her fake tile had to walk so the effing stick could fly.
Exactly. And Jeff Probst does a really good fake out here too. Yeah. With this is not an immunity idol. Like he takes his time. He makes a meal of it.
Yeah. Now I can't draw a direct through line here because Ozzy did not see this season when he makes the effing stick. But in terms of like how the production is going to treat this, like I do think that there might be a through line there of like production is like, oh, there's nothing we like more than somebody playing an idol that isn't a real idol, because you're going to get really probably the top 3 incarnations of this here in seasons 15, 16, 17, between the effing stick, and between Randy playing Bob's fake idol in Gabon. In these 3 seasons, like back to back to back, you sort of like get the apex of this on Survivor.
Yeah, it's like the Pokemon evolution of playing not a real idol.
If you think that James was not on that favorites beat every single day being like, and then she walked up.
He was so dumb.
Like, that was 100% James's favorite story. Like, we won't tell them about my idol mishaps. Let's tell them about Jamie's. So I think that's where maybe Ozzy got the idea from.
Maybe. Yeah. Good point.
Okay.
Good point.
It works. There's the direct line.
Yeah, because I mean, really, you have these 3 seasons in a row, and then you don't really have like a notable like fake idol play again until like much later down the road. I feel like that, and I know I'm gonna get some tweets about this, but I really feel like that it's not until Millennials versus Gen X where Jay ends up playing the idol that David Wright makes. You do have like fake idols made. Joe Anglin makes one. Rupert has an idol, a rock in his pocket. But like in terms of like an actual like fake idol being played, this is not a hidden immunity idol. Like I feel like that this is like you get 3 in a row and then again not for a while.
Yeah, and it's not about just there being a fake idol. So delete your tweet, rude person. Obviously, people have been mean to Rob, and it's not okay.
Thank you.
It's the payoff of getting it played.
Yeah. And Jamie even says, she's like, I was thinking maybe it's immunity. So she's hedging her bets here. But like with Zhan, Robert, and everyone else are just cracking up, laughing at her. Like, it's going to be a funny moment. The audience is in on the joke. So it played well.
Yeah. I mean, Jeff has his whole like speech ready to go of like, all right, well, the rules of Survivor state that if a hidden immunity idol gets played, and then like, this is not the hidden immunity idol.
Well, and after how mad he was at her for throwing that challenge, he's so excited to have a gotcha moment with Jamie in particular.
Yeah.
He's mad at her. So he's like, perfect. I will make her a fool.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Jamie Dugan, she is voted out, and we go to our next episode called High School Friend Contest. Scally, I love this. This is based on a James quote where he says that, John Who was trying to win a high school friend contest.
Yeah, I don't blame him. When James gets to Zhan, it is a very tight group of 3, whereas he left Failong with the most eclectic group of characters. All of Zhan's eclectic group has been voted out already. So he is dealing with a tight 3, and it doesn't seem as if like Eric is really trying all that much here at the merge. PG's trying, but James is wrapping up the lack of play from that side well.
I just love using the term high school friend contest rather than popularity contest.
Yeah.
It just really like flows off the tongue, I also really like Zhan Robert calling Jamie's fake idol a close call. Yeah. How was it a close call, Zhan Robert?
I mean, his point of view, he thought he was getting idled out, he says. So
he was openly laughing at her.
I'm only sad that it was the only time Courtney did not get to write Zhan Robert's name down, that he's in the game with her.
Yeah. Sad.
Okay. We have a reward challenge here. You're going to pick teams of 4, and there's a thing with a boat, and then you have to fill up water in the boat, and Courtney ends up being one of the people that gets picked for the boat, but even though she's light, her boat is going to sink, and ultimately the team of Amanda, Zhan Robert, James, and Todd are going on the reward. And at first I was saying to myself, where they go to eat this feast, they sit in they go to like this village, and they give them a clue to the idols that are already found. Like, how much time do we have to waste on giving people clues to idols that are already found? But this does play for some drama because Jean Robert is like, all right, let's everybody, let's read this clue.
Let's think about it. We've got to figure this out. There are idols in the game, and I didn't even know. So let's figure it out. Meanwhile, James has both of them. Todd told him how to find it, and Amanda knows as well.
Yeah, I just love them gaslighting him here. Like, he is so giddy, just like very excited. Jean Robert's getting more drunk, and he's the villain that we're rooting against this season. We do not like Jean Robert, so to see him get clowned like this is very entertaining. He calls it at one point the American immunity idol because he's so drunk. Very funny to see him absolutely clueless here.
Yeah, and again, like, normally we don't advocate for gaslighting, but if you're gaslighting Jean Robert, it's okay.
Yeah, and he also calls it the American immunity idol.
Yeah.
What a dork.
He's like, oh, well, guys, stop. Like, he does not understand how big of a fool they are already making him. So the American immunity idol was like
the least of his worries.
Yeah, that's that's to the face joke. There are so many behind your back jokes going on, Jean Robert.
He just looks like such a clown, like a whole clown. Because when they get back from the reward, he's looking like it's presented as he spends all night long looking for the idol. Like, taking all of the like non-idol planks to like, what does he think he has, like 3? I don't know.
And then after seeing Jamie play a blank idol, he pulls one off of the like off of the structure and is like, I'm trying to figure out which one of these is the right one. Like, how did you also fall for this? Why do you also think this is still here?
A clown.
You saw what she played. It's identical to what you're holding.
Well, and that's the thing too, where like, if anyone is thinking, oh, well, okay, she grabbed one, but it's not the idols, like, wouldn't they that night have been like, oh, maybe one of those others could be an idol and looked for it? Like, it's weird that it never occurred to him that there could actually be an idol until he gets the clue on the reward.
Okay. We start to have some plans going in motion. So is it Todd here who first brings up the idea of blindsiding James?
Amanda brings up being scared of James having 2 idols before Todd brings up targeting him.
Amanda, I think she talks to us last round saying that, like, I'm getting a little worried. James has 2 idols. I think he's a big threat. But Todd, when he approaches Amanda, Amanda says, like, I want to wait a little bit. I don't think it's quite time yet. And maybe we should do this at a later date. But Todd does not take that hint. He goes to Frosty and is like, I think we should vote out James, just absolutely ignoring what Amanda says. And I don't know why Frosty is the second person you go to here.
Again, it's a little bit like the signpost where it's like Todd's like, we got to do this now. Amanda's like, let's wait. Let's, put a pin in that. He's like, no, Frosty, come on, let's do this.
Yeah, it's like Amanda's like reading the sign. It says, look, it's up the road still. We're not there yet. Todd's like, no, we're there.
We get a great moment here of our challenge of sit on the barrels while the water falls off. And we ultimately going to culminate in Courtney Yates winning immunity.
She's good at sitting down. If more immunity challenges were like this, she would go on a run.
For Courtney to win immunity on the week that Jean Robert goes home, I feel like is extra poetic and just like phenomenal. That
give her the fishy.
She's not even an option. She can push as hard as she wants for him to go home. That's fine.
All right. So back at camp, Jean Robert says, hey, we might need to pull a fast one on James. Todd's like, hey, that's my move. Nobody does my move.
Well, this is, I don't know if this is the exact same moment, but this episode is also where Todd is upset because he gave James an idol. He showed James how to get another idol, and James didn't even give at least one of them back to him. So he's upset about that as well.
Yeah. So, and I understand not pushing for one to get back. I think going to put James on edge, more likely to play one when you finally do want to blindside him.
All right. So this question about Jean Robert or James tonight.
Yeah. only after Jean Robert, like formerly seen as an ally of James, they're in the river talking, and now he's like, why didn't you tell me about the idols? Because Eric has let it leak that Jean Robert, in fact, does not have an idol, and that James has too. I'll never forgive Eric. I would have loved to see Jean Robert play an idol the same episode right after Jamie, but no, cannot happen.
How dare he take that away from us?
Yeah. We never find out why they don't tell Denise about the plan again to vote out Jean Robert. Denise seemed like she has no love for Jean Robert. Seems like she's in the final four dealings with Todd and Courtney and Amanda and James. Why on earth do they not tell Denise, Kirsten?
I wish I could give you an answer to that question, Rob, but I don't know.
So earlier in the game, we see connections between Jean Robert and James, and we also see connections between James and Denise. Wonder if maybe those three were seen as more of a little group versus Todd and Amanda and Courtney's group. And at the merge, James and Jean Robert have a pretty public argument. So I think that James is already approaching the idea of Jean Robert can go whenever. So that's why James gets included here. But maybe Denise was a little closer to that group than we thought.
Yeah. Also, I wonder maybe if Jean Robert is going to interrogate Denise, maybe they feel like she will not hold up under questioning.
Yeah,
I could see it.
When you know James has both the idols, who cares if Jean Robert knows? Like, he'll go home. He can flip over. There's only two people there.
Yeah, like they already know what they're doing. They know who they're voting out. Like,
yeah. Okay. So ultimately, it's going to be Jean Robert.
And I wrote in my notes, bye, Jean Robert, sucka, sucka.
Sucka, sucka.
That's what I can show you in all caps. That's what I wrote.
Yeah, Jean Robert, not going to take this well, obviously. Denise, not so much either, being left out of the vote for seemingly no reason.
But at the same time, everyone much happier with Jean Robert gone.
Yeah. I mean, James wakes up the whole crew in the morning and it's like Christmas.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Big celebration. Jean Robert's home. He is not around this tribe anymore. Everyone's super excited. Like, a common goal has been accomplished.
It's just like when people got to see how much better things were without Dave. Now they get to feel how much better things are without Jean Robert.
Yeah. Okay. We get into the point where PG is getting into some feuds with some of the other tribe members. This is a storyline at this point in the season.
Yeah, we had on her original tribe where also when she was taking more of a leadership role, a few people were getting annoyed, but I feel
She's a competitor.
Yeah, PG is not going to shy away from telling you how she feels, and actively she's going to be trying at all times, where Eric is much more chill, and I think that they are responding better to that. He is just fine getting voted off when he's going to get voted off, and that's fine, where PG is going to fight.
Yeah, PG is scrappy. She wants to last as long as she can. She really wants to try and win, even when it seems like that's not really an option at all. Todd does say that PG is the new Jean Robert.
Oh no! Take it back, Todd.
Come on,
Take
Todd.
Come on.
It's like, she's taking over for him, being annoying.
We do the drum challenge. Scally, we go kind of like all in on the drum challenge. It comes up like I feel like in a few more different challenges that they'll do. Well, we never do anything with the drum again.
No, the fatal mistake of giving James this giant drum that will not bounce the ball for like its life. And I don't feel like this is the most exciting challenge. It's fine. I do like about these challenges that we get the schoolyard pick. I don't think it leads to too much insight, giving the strength of James and lack of perceived strength in Courtney and Denise. So it leads to a pretty predictable order, but I like the schoolyard pick being shown.
Yeah, the winners ultimately, Frosty, Eric, Amanda, and Courtney, they go off on the river. Ultimately, nothing too exciting there. We learn Eric can do a goat impression.
Yeah.
He's flirting with the goats.
Yeah. And then also, Eric and Amanda seem like that they have like some sort of a relationship. And ultimately, we're going to see Courtney and Frosty develop a bit of a friendship that is going to be, a little bit of a thing.
Yeah, a little flirting going on between
A little
Frosty
bit.
and Courtney, it seems.
Yeah.
Cute.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, PG is getting so upset with James for not winning the challenge. And it's like, I didn't see you succeeding so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. PG gets told by James, this is why you lose.
Yeah, like she's like, hey, you never won anything. Maybe you're the problem here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fair. I do think people
Yeah.
should look at themselves more and ask if they're the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's see. We go from the reward to James starts to talk about here. Look, we got this now. Don't bite the apple.
Yeah, they're in the Garden of Eden.
The Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
Just don't eat the apple. James feels like he has a solid final 4 in place. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, James wants to, not give in to temptation. Everyone should just frolic naked all the way to the final 4 is what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God Dave wasn't there when he said that.
Yeah. What's James's ideal final 3? Does he care?
I think he just wants to get there.
Yeah. I think that's probably true. It's generally seeming like most these people's idea of a final 3 is Todd, Amanda, and themselves. I think Denise mentions it at one point. Obviously, that ends up being Courtney's. James betrays Zhan Robert in favor of going with them. So I have to imagine that it's looking like that is probable, because I don't believe Denise is in this final 4 that James is eyeing.
Okay. So all right, we get to our immunity challenge. We have to stab with the knife.
Very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And a really angry turn on the memory challenge. But this is also where you can choose to eat versus compete.
Compete, yes.
So they had cheeseburgers, French fries, and cold drinks.
Mm-hmm. James had what, 7 cheeseburgers?
7
That's what he said.
Cheeseburgers.
Come in 7th place, Scally. If you would maybe only had 1.
He said he would have eaten all of them, but the challenge is over pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like he said he would have eaten 12. And also those French fries looked so good. Like it was gross how everyone was shoving them in their faces, but I think I would have been exactly the same. And I'm not even like hungry. Like, I mean, like right now I would eat those fries like that, not like starving.
Yeah. Usually Survivor food doesn't look that good.
The fries looked so good.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, all right. PG was the person that people were looking at, but now she won immunity. Uh-oh. What do we do?
Yeah, a couple clutch wins by PG here. Really comes alive at the right moment.
She did what she needed to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for Frosty, because Frosty tries his best. He says, Eric's too charming. Todd, we really need to be careful of him. Followed by Todd immediately bringing up voting out Frosty.
Well, and this is where also we did see that Frosty and Courtney were a little bit closer. Like he was like massaging her back when they were on the boat, that kind of thing. And so there is a real concern that Courtney would not stick with the group and that she would betray them for Frosty. And so I do think that pushes Frosty to the front of the line because Courtney has to like prove her allegiance by voting him out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we get some exciting votes in the post-merge. This is not one of them. By a vote of 7-1, Frosty gets voted out.
And then this is where I get really mad at this season.
What?
Because
because it's a recap episode now.
Yeah, because Probst is like, don't go anywhere. We have to stay at tribal council because we have more business to attend to. And then you're like, what's the business? And then it's like, here's a very special recap episode. And then when it comes to actual episode 11, it's just a reward challenge. It's so stupid. Why'd they make you they make you think there's gonna be like another elimination?
Yeah. They're gonna have a reward challenge, memory challenge, right there, or not a memory challenge, but a challenge about Chinese trivia.
Yes.
Yeah. PG wins it again.
And now, nothing against doing like the Chinese trivia, but it could have been an Art of War trivia.
Yeah.
Why not?
I think it probably would have worked that better in. I don't know that they're relying on all of the viewers going and getting even 13% of Art of War like Kirsten. So,
but are the viewers just knowing facts about China?
More likely than probably every word of Art of War.
But But at least then it is relevant. Why did they get it?
Yeah. I don't know.
I think it was like in the Amazon that they were like, we're giving you all a machete. And in this season, it's like, you're going to China, you're all getting the art of war.
Rather a machete.
I actually prefer The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. It's actually yeah.
All right.
People should check that out. Yeah.
Keep it in mind.
Okay. So, all right. So PG picks Eric and Denise. Didn't need to pick Eric, I don't think. She had Eric.
Think so.
I think this was a big mistake.
And takes them to see the Kung Fu demonstration and then sleep in the temple.
And we learn that Denise is a practitioner of the martial arts.
Nothing makes more sense to me than Denise having been doing karate for the last 8 years.
Scally, next celebrity net fights. All right. Lunch Lady Denise versus Brittany from Big Brother. Mixed martial arts. Who you got?
I think I'm going to go with current day Brittany at this point, but I don't know. Is Brittany yet a black belt? Because Denise, 8 years of this.
Hey, karate is not about fighting. It is about avoiding a fight. Okay? Come on. What
I really like when the monk is like, "Oh, you should be an expert by now." What's taking so long? And
then it's like, "Oh, okay, Denise. Yeah, you can demonstrate your karate."
Stop. That was cute. I was happy for Denise. She gets her moment.
I'm happy she got the moment. She needed it so much. She cared so much about it. I think she was the only person legitimately excited to watch Kung Fu on the season. So I'm glad she got to have that reward. But it was a little cringe for me when she starts demonstrating her own karate for like the kids. And then the kids are like, oh my God, yeah. Like, oh my God.
Do you think she does it at the school?
I think that a lot of karate classes happen in school gyms. If you're in a small enough town.
Yes. Do you think that Denise practices at the Cobra Kai dojo?
Ooh. What a plot line.
Take it back.
Put her on.
Take it back.
There's no mercy. Okay.
All I know is we didn't see Denise do one wax on or wax off. Like I never saw her paint a fence. I don't have any faith in her karate
That's when
skills.
she's being a custodian in the school, like wax the floor.
So they saw.
That's how she learned her martial arts.
They saw her do martial arts on Survivor, and they said, "We've got a new position for you."
Yeah. Okay. So, all right, they come back, and this is also where I feel like that the weather has started to turn, and I think it's a little depressing also, where it's like everybody like get inside the mud hole.
Yeah, a mud hole is not the same as this. Come on.
I feel like we had a nice break in the rain in the middle of the season. I feel like there was a lot early and leading towards this end game. Very unfortunate. It pushes everyone indoors and not able to strategize as openly. And only Amanda is going to even bother to greet them.
And this is where Courtney is furious about the talking in the cave.
Yeah. This is also one of the things where that in this season, like we get into, there's a lot of like, oh, they came back from the reward and they said the reward wasn't good, or nobody said hello to me when I got back from the reward. There's like a lot of just like general like gripes about reward etiquette.
Well, when you get a reward, you have to be grateful and you have to be kind. And then when you don't get a reward, you have to be welcoming to the people who did.
But you have to be grateful and also not talk about how good it is.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like you have to,
because then you sound like you're not appreciative.
Yeah, exactly. You have to walk a very fine line.
I think they had a good idea. I think it was after the boat reward where they're like, we just lied about what food it was, so it seemed less desirable. Still, we enjoyed it, but you know, it wasn't the food that everyone's been talking about for the last 39 days.
Yeah. All right. So the weather's going to clear up. And they're going to have a Chinese throwing stars. Right?
Yeah, they have there's like the point that's worth 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, and then if you hit the heart of the 3-point person, you get 5 points. No one hits the heart.
No, not even close.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. And Eric is going to win this immunity. But meanwhile, we're going to start to talk about hey, what about James?
Amanda's time to make her move.
I also just want to bring up Courtney did a really good job throwing the throwing stars.
Yeah.
I give she a good job. I just think that's important to note.
Yeah, I think she was envisioning it was John Robert.
Whatever works, okay? Strategic queen.
No, she would have hit the heart then.
Or the face.
Yeah. Multiple times.
But yeah, so it's all about like we have to lie. James can't have any idea, like nothing at all. This is where PG is trying to make a move to save herself, and Amanda's like, it is in your best interests to just stop.
Well, you know, this is reminiscent of Amanda with Parvati in Heroes versus Villains.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, because this doesn't end up screwing Amanda, so she changes it later on. It could have very easily, and only by the grace of Eric, for some reason, thinking it's too risky to vote for Todd. I would like to know what that risk is, Eric,
especially
please.
for Eric.
Yeah.
Right.
I could not imagine.
So let's talk this through, this ultimate vote where there's going to be 5 votes for James. There is going to be only PG votes for Todd, and then that James votes for PG.
Yes. Yeah, even Eric goes along with the plan to vote for James once they're clued in.
But the game is completely different, where if Eric votes with PG for Todd and then happens to tell James last second, hey, James, play one of your idols tonight.
Yeah.
It could have been big.
Would have really had to wait till the last
entire
second.
Game is blown up.
Whole game. And so I think that could have been very, very interesting. Unfortunately, fortunately, love Todd, so glad it did not happen. But unfortunately for them, Eric is not willing to go along with this for whatever reason. I don't understand what perceived risk there was for him, though.
Well, I don't know about from Eric's perspective. I have no read on Eric. But in terms of PG and James, they have been feuding. They have not been getting along. And I wonder, I feel like that James is the kind of person where if PG pulls him aside and says, hey, James, you're getting voted out tonight. Play one of your idols. I could see James, in confessional, is like, PG, she thinks I'm getting voted out. I'm not going to listen to her.
Yeah.
Why would I listen to her? And then all of a sudden, this again,
that's even
any worse of a position. But I could see James potentially not even going along with it.
I could 100% see James ratting them out back to his ideal Final Four alliance that he has, not believing them and saying, can you believe what they said? And the vote switching to PG. But either the vote switches to PG, so you're fine if you're Eric, or you tell him at the very last second after the votes are already cast and vote for Todd. And
Scally, he's a virgin. He's trustworthy. He's not capable of this.
Yeah, but look what
plan.
He did. He just lied to James. He just lied and lied to James. How trustworthy was that?
Yeah, I don't know if maybe Eric thinks that having the 2 idols and James out of the game is more valuable than having Todd out, but I think it's a wrong read.
Again, in hindsight, it's easy to say Todd is the danger. Todd is the person running everything, where you have James, who, although I believe he never wins an individual immunity in his Survivor career, certainly looks like that he would be a major immunity threat. And then also coupled with, a personality that seems pretty popular, also with 2 idols. I do understand why at the final 7 with 2 idols to go say, all right, well, if we don't take our shot tonight, this might be it for James.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to make him use one of his idols that night when he has to play it to stay in the game. So one is going, and I don't think it is about getting Todd out individually as much at this stage, because I don't think Todd is the biggest threat until that final tribal council even. I think it's about breaking up that alliance and having a possibility of having numbers moving forward for Eric and PG. And ultimately, he's not willing to take that swing, which I think locks in is 100% he's not winning, like having any chance at this game. But yeah, I think that was the direction they should have been going in.
Yeah, well, because this is, if not for getting out a Failong here, it's just a straight pagonging in the post merge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I guess not, but whatever.
No, yeah. I mean, we lose Zhan
Robert is like doesn't count to me as a person.
Yeah,
so.
but also Frosty was aligned with them. Like, it's not the most exciting boot, but technically, like, they vote out 3 people that they are aligned with over PG and Eric here in a row.
So it doesn't come to be. I mean, if PG pulls that move off, like I think she's on Heroes versus Villains. Like I think that PG is just like becomes like the huge Survivor icon. Like I think she's up there with like almost any of the other like great strategists of like this era of the game. If she can pull this move off here, again, I'm not even sure if this was something that they talked about in the show. It's early. It's only season 15. This is like a season like 36 move.
Yeah.
I agree. I believe they also.
Not that anything that happened as exciting as this happened in season 36.
Very fair.
Yeah.
Even without this, I do remember, it's not on the Survivor wiki, but I think PG says that she at one point was actually going to have Amanda's spot on season 16.
Yeah.
So PG is in the running to be brought back regardless of if this gets pulled off. But yeah, I think she is a much bigger franchise name.
Yeah. And I think she does kind of talk about this in the reunion also.
Mm-hmm.
Whose spot would she take on Heroes versus Villains if she was there?
If she was on Heroes versus Villains, well, first off, is she a hero or she's a villain?
I think she would have to be considered a villain.
I think she has to be considered a villain, but I don't know. Like
she's the underdog.
Courtney's spot.
She's the underdog, but like I don't know.
They're not putting Amanda and James and Courtney and
well, yeah,
PG.
no, and I guess that move would also save James, who is like beloved. So maybe it would make her a hero.
Yeah.
Depends if she goes on to win or not. Yeah.
Edited totally differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. James ends up blindsided with 2 idols.
It hurts. It hurts to watch. Like it's iconic, but it's painful.
Yeah.
It's
Poor
brutal. Like James, what I really like about James is a complex character on Survivor through this season and his others. We get both the good and the bad sides of James, which I feel like we get a lot more of most of the people on this season than we do on a lot of others. He's not one-dimensional. He has like his lows, his highs, where he is yelling at people, he is arguing, but he's also like the fan favorite who has the winning smile and is the underdog. So James, great character through China, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the most 3-dimensional view of James that we get over his 3 seasons.
For sure.
Yeah, very dynamic.
All right. So he also starred the reunion show.
Oh yeah. That's not he didn't really want to be, but
so we come back after tribal council. Denise is pumped up. A little bit of intrigue in this vote at the final 6 of will Denise flip? She will not.
No.
But
anytime they try to get you to think Denise might flip.
Yeah, PG and Eric, they give it, one hell of a shot.
Yeah, they do try. They really try. PG will bring up that one reward she took Denise on at least 37 times. But Denise is just, she's an honest, truthful, loyal person and not making this flip here.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Okay. So did we give just to go back to the James vote, in terms of Amanda's plan versus Todd? Todd says it first in the season. They don't do it. Amanda's the one that pushes for it here.
Yeah.
It's impossible to know. I mean, I think the first instance of it being brought up on the show is Amanda at the merge, but then the first instance of someone saying it to someone is Todd. You don't know who said it in actuality to each other first. It's not necessarily edited on the show exactly every time it came up. For me, it's more about less who said it that one specific round, and more who was making it through without risk. I think for Amanda to be able to go through with that move and also have no risk of going home, she's ultimately managing her threat level a little better, I think, than Todd here. So I'm more impressed by that than anything, I think.
Well, and the thing is, though, is I do think, especially with Todd as the winner, if he had been the one really pushing it and he was the one who really made it happen, it would have been presented more as like very straightforward. This was Todd's move. He made the decision. He made the call. But instead, we see Amanda being the first concerned about it, Amanda turning down this move at an earlier round, and then Amanda being on board when it finally happens. This is around the shows Amanda is driving the truck a little bit.
Yep. Also, she is going to get the credit in the previously on. Also, it comes up at the final tribal council a little bit. So I do feel like that, I don't want to take anything away from Amanda. This is like far and away like her best move in this game.
Because I think if they could have twisted it as, this was Todd's whole idea, they would have done so to make their winner look good.
And if
the
Todd,
is that she's going to play again in the next season, so I feel like that there's a little bit of like an investment in her as well.
That's true.
Todd could have twisted it to make it Todd's best move, Todd would have done that. Like he is a very self-interested player who at the final tribal council on the reunion show since the season would be claiming much more credit from this if it was not more definitively Amanda's, I think.
Okay. All right. Reward challenge. It's the family visit here at the final 6.
Well, it's a blindfolded pair challenge. You're going through a maze, and then, but surprise, your pair is your loved one.
And we find out Eric's mom is Denise.
Denise Stapley?
No, not Denise Stapley. No, another.
Oh, which one? Lunch Lady Denise?
So many Denises.
Yeah, we have Denise, Eric's mom, coming out, and not quite the same Denise as Lunch Lady Denise.
Yeah. Not a super memorable loved ones visit. The one thing that ends up, I guess, being memorable from this loved ones visit is that Todd's sister comes out. She talks about her miscarriage, and boy,
well, it was about their other sister who miscarried.
Yes, Todd's sister comes out and talks about the other sister's miscarriage, and boy, do these survivors have a wild imagination.
It becomes a whole big thing. I do also think it's memorable that Denise asks her husband Robert for his socks, and I'm very uncomfortable that Courtney calls her father daddy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
He was looking debonair.
I do love. She's like, I'm so sorry, Dad. I didn't know you'd have to play a challenge. They didn't tell me.
He's not down at
he's
all.
Like, oh no, not this. I'm so sorry. They didn't tell me. I love it so much.
Yeah. And we talk about that he's wearing pants. He's like, yeah, I don't wear shorts. I'm British.
Apparently that's a thing.
I didn't know.
All right. Yeah.
So congratulations to Denise and Mr. Denise, aka
Robert.
Yes. They picked 2 survivors. It's Todd and Amanda.
Yeah. And they also get a Sprint phone because Sprint is known for connection. Okay.
Especially in 2007. And so they end up like talking to one of Denise's daughters.
Yeah.
Yes.
A nice like 12, 14 hour, depending on where in the country Denise's daughter is calling from, and 12-hour time difference. What time was this kid up till?
It's worth it.
It's worth it.
I did
they're
also
home alone. Both her parents are gone. Probably had in the middle of having a party.
I did also love in the actual maze itself, Amanda and her sister were making bird noises to find each other, which
that was weird.
No, it's an iconic strategy, and my sister and I actually do this if we lose each other at the grocery store.
Oh wow!
You hear your bird call?
Yeah, I'd be like, arr! Or I'd be like, coo, coo.
So you're the Amanda then.
I would do either of those things.
Okay.
And then my sister will do it back. Her husband also knows the bird calls. It was really a good strategy, and I wish they had won.
Wow.
And if you ever lose someone at the grocery store, do a bird call. So you need to have a word to text your loved ones if you ever need help and can't text them the word help. You need a code word. I won't tell you mine because then if I ever get kidnapped by a podcast listener, I'm in trouble.
Okay.
And 2, you need bird calls in the grocery store.
I'm just trying to work through this scenario. So you're kidnapped by a podcast listener.
I mean, I don't actually think a podcast listener would kidnap me, but I still don't think podcast listeners don't need to know my...
guy. And then you say to the bad guy, "Hey, I just need to send this text." Like, are you asking for help? No.
So the reason this came up, my sister and I are watching Criminal Minds right now.
Sure.
And one of the children has a code word with their mother, and they got taken by traffickers, and they were able to at least text part of the word, and then the FBI was on the hunt right away. Also, in season 11 of Criminal Minds, there's a person named Benjamin Wade.
Oh.
And I was like, oh my God, it's Coach.
Mm-hmm. You're 11 seasons into a Criminal Minds watch.
It's not good.
No, it's not.
It jumped. Well, I liked the first 5 seasons of Criminal Minds. Season 6 of Criminal Minds was okay. Season 7 is where it jumped the shark. And apparently there's 15 seasons. So I've got a lot more to go. But you know it's bad when you're in season 10 and you're like, oh, this is like the plot of Riverdale season 3.
Yeah, well, Kirsten, I have to say, I have so much sympathy for you that you've watched 11 seasons of a 15-season television show.
How many episodes?
Guess what? I'm on season 36 this year.
Yeah, I would rather watch 36. I would rather watch 36 seasons of Survivor than one of Criminal Minds. So I do feel bad.
The first 5 seasons of Criminal Minds are genuinely good. Okay, take it back. Rob, you're getting paid to watch Survivor. I'm doing this for free. Okay, I'm a martyr. Okay, I'm a martyr.
Okay. Sounds like we're the same. Okay.
Okay, I'll take it. We can make it even.
Okay. That we also see that Todd and Courtney bring back like chocolate icing on their fingers. Scally, this is foreshadowing for when Eric is gonna lick Cerie's fingers in Fans versus Favorites.
Yeah, so I guess
Maybe
Amanda
James
was on.
told this story. No, he's gone. He's not there. Maybe Amanda told that story.
Amanda's on the beach telling Cerie, like, put chocolate on your fingers. You can lick them off. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. But at what cost?
All right.
I think Eric paid about $20-$40 on that one.
Yeah.
That's the cost.
We did also, so I guess we like lightly touched on how everyone thought the story about Todd's sister's miscarriage was fake.
Yep.
But even Eric is theorizing that it might not have been a real miscarriage.
Not so pure now, Eric.
Like he brings it up, and then Courtney says, well, you know, maybe if your sister has a teenage pregnancy and convenient miscarriage, she doesn't want the whole country to know. And I was like, oh, Courtney.
Yeah. Courtney,
so maybe there's 2 things she says that are really bad.
I mean, Courtney goes as far as to be like, wow, Todd is such a great actor. It's pretty funny. I was like, because when you have the Johnny Fairplay dead grandma lie before, I understand how
she said that was stupid. What Todd did was actually funny.
Yeah. And even Todd is like, I think people are going to think I'm lying. So he knows this is a possibility. It comes off very dark, but unfortunately understand how they got there.
Okay. So when they get back, PG's not happy. She should have been picked.
She brought Denise to see the Kung Fu. How dare she not get brought on the family visit?
Denise's dream to go do karate at the Shaolin Temple, and nope, couldn't even help PG out here.
No. Well, don't worry, because PG is going to win immunity here.
As she did what she had to do.
Yeah, another clutch win by PG.
This immunity was kind of interesting, where they have to do the rope maze, answer a question correctly to get the right key, and run back and forth. I thought that it's a little twist on like what we normally see as a
I think it was good. Getting one question wrong, we ultimately proved to be like the complete death nail in your coffin on this challenge. Yeah. It was such a long course.
Maybe the questions could have been a little easier.
I feel like you want to see people get them wrong, but yeah, it was rough.
So Denise is the swing vote here. She could go with Eric and PG and go to the final 3 potentially. She'd have to survive a rock draw. That we really talked this through in the evolution of strategy because that had happened after Survivor Blood versus Water, where it's similar to, that 3 versus 3, where Sierra realizes she's 4 and goes for it. And Jeff famously says, now that's how you play Survivor. Denise is going to be much more of like, well, let me not upset the apple cart here.
Well, and I think like if this conversation is happening in like season 33 of Survivor, they just all get together and vote Denise off instead.
I think it would happen the same way in season 6 of Survivor too.
Yeah, it's the problem with Denise's position here is I don't think she's wrong in that ultimately Eric and PG might be even harder for her to beat than the scenario that she ends up in the final 3 with the other Failong members. So if she can't get Courtney and or Amanda to flip with her at final 5, then there's no sense in going to Rocks here because she's going to be in an unwinnable position either way. I know that she ends up in the final 3, but if Denise is playing to win, getting Amanda and Courtney out really isn't going to be beneficial for her either.
Right. I guess maybe she looks at it where her best shot is, hey, I'll win immunity at 4. Look at me. Like, I am 8 years of martial arts under my belt.
Well, she's been doing so well at the individual immunity challenges too.
Right.
So it was definitely a possibility.
Then this final 6 vote, I think that she should be feeling out Amanda and Courtney and being like, so at final 5, what do you think about a move? At final 4, that is where her head should be, because I think she has a much better chance in that final 3 than any other one on the board. So even if she goes to Rocks here, she still gets 3rd place, and 3rd place is not that much better than 4th.
And it's really presented as like, oh, you dummy. Why did you choose to be 4th of 4 instead of 3rd of 3? Like, what a stupid decision you made. And it's like, this isn't where Denise loses the game.
How many other people are criticized just for going in the position where they could get to the final 3 and they certainly are not winning?
Well, why did they take Todd to the final 3 instead of Lunch Lady Denise is probably a better question.
They were worried people would be sympathetic to her because she's a lunch lady.
Yes, so she would have lied in the final tribal council. I was a custodian the whole time.
She has too good of a story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Eric goes out. I mean, Eric, with all due respect, seems like a lovely guy. I mean, for a person that makes it to the final 6, I feel like there's not a lot to really hang on to here. He has the whole thing with Jamie.
Yeah, Mr. Jamie Dugan. Really not much else for me from Eric. Gets like a decent amount of screen time. People talk about him being purple, and I agree that we don't get a lot of Eric's point of view, but he doesn't get no screen time. So for him to be this unmemorable is pretty bad.
We saw more Dave than Eric, it feels like. I know that, like, factually that can't possibly be true, but that's how it feels.
And basically that, okay, so James goes out that he is the only typical guy that the Survivor is going to want to profile, okay? We have our young, athletic, straight, white guy, and this is the edit that he gets. They did not have a lot to work with here with Eric.
No, not at all. Nothing really, unfortunately, for Eric, not giving us anything. Like we said, even when he has opportunities, like going along with PG's plan, for James, like not ratting out that James has the idols to Zhan Robert and letting Zhan Robert go home. He messes that up by tipping off Zhan Robert that it might be a possibility. So I think Eric really was not made for this game for sure.
He's just a nice person.
Just a nice guy.
Does he belong on reality TV? No, but he's nice. He's good looking.
Yeah.
Okay.
What more is he giving? Go on, Eric. Give the bare minimum.
So, all right, here we go. Eric is gone, and I kind of feel like that's about it. You could basically skip to the final tribal council at this point. Like not a lot of drama here from basically from here till final 3.
The thing is that there are a lot of options on the table. Amanda really does toy with like voting out Todd, making a different path. Her and PG get some good time to bond, but ultimately none of those paths are taken. So while there's like interesting stuff to talk about in terms of what direction it could have gone in, it never really strays off the path from here on out.
Okay, well, let's talk it through. All right.
It's still fun to watch.
For sure.
Final 5. Denise thinks I might have made a big mistake.
Even in her voting confessional, this is the biggest mistake I'm going to make in this game, which I don't agree. The final 6 vote is the biggest mistake, but then why are you doing it if you think it is?
Yeah. I think it's one of those things, though, where you kind of like you end up on a path and you feel like you can't get off of it, even though maybe you should.
They have an interesting reward challenge here where, okay, we're going to get like a crossbow. And you get a bunch of arrows. You give the arrows to the person that you want to. So it's a little bit of a popularity contest, but it's actually a contest of like, who do you think is going to be bad at the challenge? And then you also, I guess, could not give arrows to people that you don't like or that you don't want to win. And so we end up with this crossbow tournament. PG only gets 1 arrow. PG is not happy.
Yeah.
Would you be?
Would I be? No, or would I give PG arrows?
Like, I feel like you'd be upset if you're in this challenge and you get 1 arrow.
But look,
especially being in PG's position.
Sure. Yeah. But I think also would probably also not give PG any arrows.
Well, yeah.
They don't want to feed her. Okay. But this ends up taking a wild turn because that all of these players feel like, ha, I will give all the arrows to Courtney because Courtney will not be able to do the bow and arrow, which
she gets 12.
She gets 12. This is basically, it's a little bit press your luck a little bit of like, basically it's like you have like a bunch of dollars and it's like, all right, I'm going to pass all of my spins to Courtney. And she's like, all right, here we go. And now she has no control over where the arrows are going. And it's weird. She has like almost no points, but she ends up with her 12 random arrows completely deciding this contest.
Yeah, because before Courtney goes, Todd is winning pretty comfortably.
Like excellent at this.
He's like 5-2 to Denise.
Yes.
And then Courtney has her 12 arrows and she gets 5 for Denise and only 2 for Todd. And so she just totally wins the reward for Denise.
Yes.
Like she gets as many for Denise as Todd got for himself, but then also gets a couple for Todd, 1 for herself, 1 for Amanda, a couple misses.
It was very exciting. Like I've never seen another time in Survivor history where somebody who has like there's no chance to win is just like deciding who's going to win the reward.
Yeah.
And then you can't even get upset with her because she doesn't have any actual control over the arrows. She's just shooting and we're all surprised that they're hitting targets at all.
Yeah. And so they let Denise pick 2 people. It would have been, I think, a lot more drama if they let her just pick 1 person. So she picks Courtney and then also picks Todd. So I feel like that Todd would have been furious if he didn't get to go on the reward. Like I feel like that like the producers should have only let them pick 1.
Well, and this is where the drama comes in as well, because Denise straight up says that I can't bring PG because I don't want her to get stronger. And PG hears.
Yeah. Well, I just feel like that's a good rule in general for Survivor is winning the challenge that you get a reward for should come at a cost, and that cost should be being in the minority of people on the tribe that are left. So the fact that she gets to pick both Courtney and Todd, when really she should have to leave 3 people back at camp, and like you're making that decision of which one not to leave there, I think is ideal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But this is also like Denise and Courtney, just the 2 of them eating a meal at the Great Wall of China is less exciting. You need a 3rd.
Yeah, and then they end up like not really liking the meal.
They don't know how to eat it. Like I'm sure that there was someone there to provide instruction on how to prepare the food, because you just have to cook the meat yourself in the and pot.
like I've been to places like this where you sort of like drop the stuff in like the boiling water and then you pull it out.
Yeah, does
Yeah,
not
isn't it
speak
just
well.
called hot pot?
Yes, it does not speak well to lunch lady Denise's skills as a lunch lady that she can't heat up this basic food.
She's a custodian. She doesn't know how to cook lunch.
As a lunch lady, you take the chicken nuggets and you heat them up.
If somebody
There's
knocked
no
that over,
boiling
she would know how to
water.
clean it.
She doesn't
Oh my
even.
God.
It's just heating these up in water instead of a stove. Like, it's not hard, Denise.
Mhm.
Yeah, but they're all very intimidated by it. I think they also bring up just like this tastes like fine, but we really would like some comfort from home. Like, I don't think it's necessarily an indictment on the hot pot itself. I think they just really were craving like the food that they would be eating if they were at home. And so they just wanted something a little different, but it comes across as so ungrateful. Like, ugh, the reward was gross and weird and we didn't know how to eat it.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, it makes them sound really bad. And then PG's like, are you kidding? Like, are you kidding me? Like, you got to go eat a meal on the Great Wall of China and you were complaining about the meal that was served.
Mhm.
Yeah, really bad. Just like, if there could have been no meal, you could have just gotten to visit the Great Wall of China for 30 minutes and like, cool reward, really cool reward.
Yeah.
But no, but not Courtney. At the best of times will complain, so not super surprising here. And Todd's always really gonna say how it is, so not surprising, but bad moves all around.
PG and Amanda, they hit it off back at the camp. That there is a moment reminiscent of the last time that I ran into Jeff Probst, where PG asks Amanda, "Why don't you like me?"
Was it PG? I thought it was Amanda asking.
Maybe I have it backwards.
Oh,
Yeah.
Amanda's like, why do you hate me so much?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like Amanda with her strong alliance that has been dominating the game goes to PG, who is solidly on the bottom. Well, why do you hate me?
Why are you attacking me at Tribal Council while I'm voting out all of your allies?
Yeah, like it makes sense to think that PG would be saying that to Amanda because like logically that makes sense. But no, it's Amanda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate because like I know that these two end up like connecting really well, even end up being like roommates off the show, and like they were getting along. Ultimately could have probably done a lot more damage had either of them made the effort here. And I think that does highlight one of Amanda's weaknesses over Todd. Is Todd has a good relationship with PG in the game, and Amanda doesn't seem like she's spoken to her at all since she's been here.
Mhm. Okay.
But you know what? They talk it out, and as a result, they're able to work together, and they find an Asian pear and some limes. So they get a nice little feast.
Yeah, they got a
Asian
lot
pears
of
are
fish,
so good.
but they ate too much rice.
Yeah, Todd is not happy for
Todd's
sure.
Todd's been on like almost every single reward, and he's like, "How dare you eat the rice while we're away?"
Yeah, he had a full meal and then eats the meat sandwiches on the flight back that were meant for Amanda. And he's like, how dare you? How dare you eat my food?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Denise is like, "Oh, I guess we're not bringing anything back then."
Oh,
Yeah, in
Denise.
fairness, Todd is used to, serving a meal on a plane. So that was like,
Yeah, that's fair.
it makes sense.
That is fair. That's fair.
I mean, did the flight attendants normally eat all of the leftover food? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask
Maybe.
T-Bird.
Could
Yeah.
not tell you, to be honest.
Mhm.
I don't love Amanda also when she's alone with PG being like, oh, Denise, she's just a puppet for us. She does whatever we say. Like, maybe don't say that to the person that you don't want to have any agency in flipping Denise here.
Mhm.
I mean, maybe she's just so confident in Denise that she's like, we could say whatever we want about Denise or to Denise, and she'll come back.
Are they wrong?
It's not wrong, but when she's saying like Denise is a puppet for me and Todd, like PG could very easily run that back and be like, Denise, Courtney, Amanda said this. Like, it's a possibility in a season where I think that some of the players at the end are a little more self-interested or motivated to win than I think some of the players here are, but doesn't come back to bite Amanda this time.
Yeah. Okay, so PG would like to see Todd go, but Todd has too much of a stranglehold on his alliance, and they vote out PG.
Yes. The other thing too, though, is they talk about wanting PG to be weak, and Courtney brings up that PG's gonna be full of hatred, and I think that's worth queuing up. Yeah, she'll be just so strong with hatred, though.
Yeah, underrated. Yes,
Yeah.
that's the ultimate nourishment is spite.
I mean, that's how I stay alive.
And Amanda starts her little hot streak here, winning immunity. I think people are generally thinking Todd has burned too many jury votes, both in strategic moves, and like we said, he is one to tell it like it is and be a little reactionary. So I can see why it's thought this way, because PG does seem like a more of a lock as a threat, but sorry, PG's got to go here.
This is also we have the confessionals back to back of Todd being like, I will be so pissed off if I go home, but like big ups to them if they get rid of me. And then PG is like, oh, Todd is lying and backstabbing, and that gameplay is not worth as much as playing honorably, when she was literally just scheming to lie and backstab to get Todd out. But okay,
you say
PG.
things on Survivor.
Yeah, but the problem is
the timing is funny. It's just funny.
PG says that at tribal council, where the pitch should be, I want to stay, so Todd is a bigger threat. But she's like, no one will respect Todd. Everyone will respect how I play the game. Don't vote me out. Like, PG, I don't feel like that was well thought out. And 2 tribal councils in a row where I feel like someone does this.
Hey, you know what? It was 2006. Okay.
It was a time.
All right. It's day 37. We're down to the final 4. We go to the finale, and I will say one more time that this finale is a bit of a slog to get to the final trial. The final tribal council is going to deliver, but you're going to get some hanging out. You're going to get a challenge to determine who gets to eat, and then you get the real challenge, and then finally all this to vote out lunch lady Denise.
Yeah.
See, and I feel that is, it's a lot. But you know what? How often do you get to watch someone build a bridge puzzle and move the puzzle pieces with a yoke and then make only like dozens of times.
Also, when the other 2-hour finale you watched this week was the Love Island season 3 finale, this one flew right by for me personally.
Yeah. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Rob, if you think this is a slog, try any Sunday episode of Love Island season 3.
Okay. Let me push back. Right. They do the Great Wall of China challenge, and this was a disadvantage for Amanda because she had not just seen it like Todd and Courtney.
And it was to scale. It was an exact replica.
Yes. Okay. Amanda, she could eat the whole pizza. She could invite nobody. She can invite 2 people. Skelly, was this the right decision?
I think it was the right decision executed very poorly. So I think Todd, the reason why he keeps getting brought on so many of these immunities is because everyone wants to keep an eye on him. And I think Amanda has a similar idea here. But
she literally has said that.
Yeah, but you don't tell Todd that's why you're picking him. You're not you're scheming and I don't trust you and I wanted to keep an eye on you. So that's why I kept you here.
And I love it because then Todd's like, wait, this is the first time hearing of Amanda having doubts about me.
And that's why I said, I think that Todd really was a little more locked in towards this final 3, unless he's lying to confessional, but I have no reason to believe that he is. So I think for Todd, he's always been of the opinion that he probably has a decent shot at this final 3 and is going to stick to it, where Amanda has now been questioning it for a few rounds at least.
And it comes up multiple times being like, okay, well, Todd and Amanda have betrayed people and Courtney has a bad attitude. So this final 3 just makes sense.
Yeah. Why doesn't she take Courtney and Denise? All right, let's knock out Todd.
So I don't know that Amanda, a lot of people have said, I feel like I've heard it a decent amount, where why is Amanda not voting out Denise, not keeping Denise to the final 3, not thought of as one of the worst decisions ever. And I think ultimately that may be because it was the worst decision for Courtney. I think Courtney ultimately might fare a little better in that final 3 than Amanda. I think Amanda was the odds-on favorite heading into the final tribal council as the story goes, even when she's against Todd. So if she is that likely to win there, if she can just hold it together and give a coherent argument confidently in the final tribal council, I don't think it's a matter of being against Todd or being against Denise. It's how well can she argue her point.
Yeah, John Robert does say that Todd stole $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
And he is the authority on everything. Yeah,
he knows everything.
So
John Robert.
I think if you end up in the scenario with Amanda, Courtney, and Denise instead, Amanda doesn't have Todd, who is as confident there. He is not throwing the jab at the Final Four Tribal Council of like cringing, which was also at home at Amanda's answers. But so I think her Tribal Council is probably a little better, but not by much. And Courtney does so well that we'll count it out later, but I think Courtney ultimately is the one who might have lost out on $1 million.
Well, and how would Denise's final tribal council argument have been? Like, what was she really saying? Like,
I didn't make the decisions, but I don't have a lot.
Yeah. Amanda has her swimwear line. Courtney has her diner. So, I don't know.
Denise, you have a whole cafeteria.
Guess so. All right. So we're going to see then final immunity challenge, and it's Survivor China. We're going to balance some China.
That's right. You have a long balancing arm to stack dishes on.
Is this the first time we see this plates and cups challenge? I think so, right?
I believe it is. I think it's the first of 3.
Yeah.
I'm not a historian. That's why Scally's here.
Big plate, little cup.
Mm-hmm.
You do see Amanda makes a great decision at one point to flip the bowl upside down and make her stack more, it has more integrity.
An innovator.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I like Denise starting to beg here of Amanda. Like, what do you say? What do you say? Just why don't you drop for me? Oh, what if we just don't write each other's names down? Amanda's like, no, Denise, it's fine. We're gonna fight it out. I'll never let you give up, girl. It's like,
yeah. Amanda's got that gaslight girl boss energy where she is like, no, you never give up. Of course we won't give up, but like she's obviously winning.
Yeah, which Denise says at points like, oh, like I want to win this for myself. I want to prove it. Like I don't want to give up. And Denise very happy to give it up here. Amanda, please just vote like to keep me. And Amanda's not willing to commit to it here, even if she is later.
Well, was she?
I mean, she committed to it. It doesn't mean she stuck to it.
Well, she wasn't very committed then.
Yeah.
And Denise's big pitch to stay is just, after this, I'm just going to go back to doing what I've always done. Nothing will change in my life. Little does she know it will get worse. Sad.
Oh no. Oh, Denise. Yeah, I felt really bad for her here where she's talking about like, oh, she's just gonna go back to making $7 an hour. Todd is gonna have this amazing career in LA, which I love Todd. I don't know what career that is.
Yeah, what was that career?
Yeah, I want to know what Todd was talking
I have
about.
seen him on television. Yeah.
I mean, we saw Denise on television too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what career. Nice successful Funko Pop company now.
Yeah,
so,
he's a machine with those. So that I've gotten a couple of them from Todd.
Ooh,
they're pretty cute.
Yeah, they look good.
I had forgotten that Denise said she'll be making $7 an hour. So I was just sitting here staring at my notes, seeing $7, and I was like, why did I write this down? What does this mean?
Yeah, and the one real not great moment from Courtney here where she's talking about this isn't welfare. She doesn't deserve it just because she sucks at life. Courtney does apologize for this later. Still very, very cringy in the moment. Jeff calls it out at the reunion. Seems like her and Denise already squashed it. They're on good terms.
I mean, how could they have squashed it already? It was all in the finale. They were backstage.
Well, I think it's I guess in the moment, but like Courtney instantly is like, no, we've already talked about this. Like I've already apologized
45 minutes ago.
I mean, I also could see. I could see it being something where Courtney it comes up again, like before they even like headed back to the States and it comes up. Like I could see that Denise had known about that.
You never apologize for things that haven't made the air yet. You don't know if they're going to air it or not.
Yeah, but maybe someone else told Denise that Courtney said it. Like, you don't know.
But who? Todd? Like, yeah, Todd's
Producer?
not
Yeah.
trustworthy.
I don't know. Maybe Denise overheard it. Maybe like we saw that scene and what we didn't see is if they panned out a little bit. Denise
Maybe
is right
Courtney
there.
repeated it multiple times. Yeah.
That's also possible.
Okay. All right. So let's go to that tribal council, Scally,
Yes.
where Todd makes a face, and Amanda does not appreciate this.
Yeah, it's bad because earlier in the day, Amanda says like, "Oh, I'm not sure what they're gonna do, but I won't vote for you, and like I've had your back or whatever." And so Denise later says during tribal, basically like, "Amanda told me she has my back," and Amanda's like, Actually, I told you that I had your back previously, and just like Todd, every single time I cringe so hard. It is bad. It's really bad.
It's a 5 oof moment.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Jeff's
fine,
gonna
move
call
her.
that out. So as soon as Jeff calls it out, like Todd has to speak on it and says basically what it is does not look great for Amanda. That is upsetting, and Amanda is not happy.
The thing is I feel like it's one of those things where Amanda's caught out. She feels like she needs to say something to justify it. There is no good justification for what she said on this day. So she makes the justification, even though it's not a good one, gets the reaction that any normal human would give, which is just, oh, ouch, that's gotta hurt. Jeff is, of course, gonna call it out. And then she's even more painted into a corner by what she said here. And it's like, yikes.
Yeah, it's a lot
Absolute
easier to
yikes.
be. It's a lot easier to be mad at Todd than to be mad at yourself for what you just did.
And like I feel like I could easily paint my own self into that corner too, so I try not to give Amanda too much crap for it.
Ultimately, Lunch Lady Denise gets voted out by a vote of 3-1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
the fallout will continue.
Yes, and so obviously Denise, it's weird because I feel like Denise is such a memorable character, but on this like watch, I was like, oh, she's not actually like that present in the show, considering she was in Final Four.
Well, Denise is someone that like you could just tell me that her title card is Lunch Lady Denise and show me her picture, and like I get the character for the most part.
Yeah.
Like I understand.
Got
So you can give her not that many confessionals, and like it makes sense. Like we can all follow along.
Every single person had a Lunch Lady Denise that worked in their cafeteria.
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. Like she is a character that you are instantly going to connect with for someone in your life.
Mm-hmm.
See, at the point when this was airing, my high school didn't have a cafeteria at all, so I couldn't relate at that time or ever. So that's fine.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
Small town Canada, no cafeteria. You had to bring your own lunch or go off campus to A&W.
Oh my God. All right. Well,
sad time.
Sad story.
Wow. Rob and Scally are just going to go back to their cafeterias, and I'm going to have to go back to bringing my lunch.
Yeah, I have to go to bringing leftovers or crossing the highway to eat at A&W. This is before they had a veggie burger.
All right. So Amanda is
furious.
She's not happy, Kirsten.
No.
Like, and Todd's like, why are you so mad? She's like,
Yes.
well, how dare you react to what I said at tribal council?
Yes, it was an accident.
Yeah, and to be fair, I believe Todd when he says it's an accident. He tells us he thinks it was an accident. He just is like, come on, I just want to celebrate. And Amanda is not down. She's just like, all right, I'm going to bed, which is sad. Like you make it to the final three, and you don't want this to be the last night in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what? A better school, not school, it's Wisconsin in the chat, I think. A better night than Denise had.
Sure.
That is fair.
Right. So let's get to the final tribal council. Let's yada the breakfast. So burn Jean Robert's shoes. Biggest, I think, impactful part of the season. The final three here. Maybe the best.
From a personality standpoint, I'm a huge fan of this final three. I think all three are strong characters, and also from a competitive standpoint, I think that all pretty even have a actual shot to win this game. I think Todd and Amanda probably are standouts in terms of the games they played, and then Todd and Courtney in terms of standouts in their final tribal council performances. But I think really anyone could have taken this home potentially.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And again, this is the wild of it's a final three with a 7-person jury. So, I mean, potentially you could win with just 3 votes here on a 3-2-2.
And wouldn't it be lovely? And I do think, maybe you don't want to credit Courtney for being some wild strategist, but she makes a good point that she survived, okay?
Yeah.
No one expected that.
She had a good social game, obviously outside of Zhan Robert for like obvious, very like worthwhile reasons. So I think that most of her screen time in the early game is put there, but otherwise she gets along with everyone really well.
This actually is like a really good setup for Courtney, where I think that the bonds that Courtney makes are going to be like very, very strong. And in a season where she's sitting with 2 people that were like aligned together throughout the whole game, where they could potentially be like splitting votes, like for Laurel, like there was no chance that she's getting like with 10 people on the jury, where she's getting like Dom and Wendell to split enough votes where she can sort of like sneak in there. But with a final 3 and a 7-person jury, potentially, like if Courtney could get 3 of the votes and Todd and Amanda like each get 2, Courtney could have been the winner of the season.
And I would have celebrated. I would have celebrated that.
Yeah. I mean, she gets 2 as is. If Amanda gives a slightly better tribal council performance, you never know.
If Todd was on the jury, do you think he would have voted for Courtney or Amanda?
So I've always would have thought that he would vote for Amanda, but Todd has said that even at the time he would have voted for Courtney.
So
Todd doesn't like the way Todd gets when he does not get his way is not the best view of Todd. And it would be a pretty tight turnaround. Like, it's not like he has a long time to get over being betrayed by Amanda there if she does get rid of him. So I think there's a good chance that he would vote for Courtney.
I also think him and Courtney were like, him and Amanda were the strategic relationship, but I think him and Courtney were closer friends throughout and after the game.
They were 2 little gremlins together.
Okay. So let's get to each of the final 3. Amanda said that she was she reflected and she was blessed. She aligned with Todd and the people that were physically inferior.
I mean, there is a way to say that, which is hyping up the jury members of being like, you guys are physical threats. I had to get you out. Not, these people are weak and suck.
And so she brings up like basically, like you guys are weak and suck. And then also is like, oh, but I feel really bad about the strategic moves I made. And so it's like she's not matching the energy when she's like anything she says, like it just doesn't match well. And I feel like that makes it a lot harder to believe. Like if she just owned it and was like, I did blindside you and it was what I had to do in order to move forward and get here to the final 3. That looks a lot better than being like, oh man, I'm really sorry that I had to do that. Like I feel really bad about it.
Moves that she could be taking credit for, she's apologizing for immediately with no one asking.
Like at least try and get a sense of what they are mad at you about before you start apologizing.
You can always apologize later. Like there's still time. This is not closing statements.
Yeah.
And then Todd says he hopes that you can see the difference between strategic and personal relationships. So very much trying to define, all right, this was the game, this was personal. He's going to do a masterful job. And Courtney, she had to figure it out. She was not a lifelong Survivor fan.
She was surprised every single time she didn't get voted out. And no matter what you think of her, you have to give some respect to the girl that everyone thought would be gone on day 6, but is still here on day 39.
Okay. All right. I guess the big question comes from Zhan Robert. Zhan Robert wants to know from Todd about, why should I give you my vote?
Yeah, and Todd is great here. And this is what people will always point to. Todd is credited with one of the best final tribal council performances of all time. I think that is a fair credit to give him. And a lot of it comes down to this one answer where I don't know how Jean Robert was leaning before, but by Todd stroking Jean Robert's massive ego and saying that, like, you were the threat here. I had to get rid of you as soon as you were putting thoughts in people's heads. Like, I recognize that not James with 2 idols, who is like this massive threat. You were an even bigger threat than that. And Jean Robert comes away completely speechless.
Well, because he even asks like a follow-up of like, well, but wait, why? And Todd's like, well, you brought up voting out James, which made you a bigger threat to me because I saw that you could see how the whole game was. And so I had to get rid of you. It wasn't like best for everyone, but it was best for me because you were such a big target. And he's like, okay, well, you got me.
I had to get rid of my biggest strategic threat. It was you. Which again was like really just such a great answer, like, because it comes across as like, okay, Todd knew what he was doing, he had agency, and then also there you were the best, Jean Robert.
Had to beat the best.
He's like, oh, he's complimenting.
Well, and it's also it's just so annoying too because Jean Robert goes in being like, Todd, Amanda, I told both of you, if you betray me, I can't vote for you. And I don't want to vote for Courtney. So, like, what am I to do? And it's like, ugh, just vote for Courtney. Come on. You know you want to.
Yeah.
Well, Todd does this just like with Jean Robert. I mean, he knows that with Jean Robert, it's his ego. With Frosty, he's checking on their personal relationship. And Todd really tailors his answers to each person's question. Jamie is not getting what she's looking for out of Courtney and Amanda. And Todd doesn't go all the way in on Courtney and Amanda on Jamie's questions either, but he's really like tailoring his answers to each and every person and their question.
Yeah.
Well, and what's really impressive about that too is it's like, obviously that's great in itself, but he does it in such a way that he's not contradicting himself to the other jurors. Because I feel like that would be a really easy thing to do when you are tailoring your answers like that. But he does all of that while still maintaining a really cohesive narrative of what he did in the game.
Yeah. Or coming off as like a kiss ass and just like blatantly sucking up.
But like the only one you have to really be a kiss ass with is Jean Robert. And I think everyone's just kind of like, whatever.
Yeah.
The best part of that Jean Robert exchange with Todd is then James, because he's like laughing, and Jeff's like, hey, wait, what? I'm confused. What are you laughing at? And he's like, he shut him up. I've never heard anybody shut him up before. Honestly, I'm in awe. He shut his mouth, and like James like does such a great job punctuating. Like, isn't this amazing what he just did?
That's actually Todd's biggest move in the whole game is getting Jean Robert to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really is. Like, it locks in this win where, again, Amanda was viewed as kind of the favorite here. And I think this really turns the tribal council on like, oh, maybe it's Todd that we should be looking at to vote for.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Good job, Todd.
Mm-hmm.
Great job,
But
Todd.
Courtney also did a great job.
Yeah. I think Courtney, like, she does not argue like, oh, I should take credit for all of these strategic points. She acknowledges that she wasn't a fan. This wasn't her dream, but like does a very good job of also kind of tailoring her answers, being honest, which that's what they want. She's very sure of herself in her answers also, which Amanda really struggles with, trips over her words a lot, uses fillers like, and stuff like that. So Courtney, it cannot go without saying that she also does do a very good job here.
Mm-hmm. All right. We then have everybody vote. Jamie voted for Todd. Eric voted for Amanda. And Denise, is that right? Did Denise vote for Courtney?
Yep.
Yeah. Denise calls everybody out and says that she only respects Courtney when she asks her question. So
mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Denise was the bitter Betty that
James said he wasn't going to name. Yeah. Okay. So we then cut away for a second, and Jeff says, I would like to read these votes to you, and I will because we're live in California.
The attempt at faking out by flashing back to like the grainy final tribal council footage, I was like, these really stand out of how bad like the difference in quality is.
Yeah, the audio was like the dead giveaway. Like I wasn't really paying attention to like looking at the screen so close, and then I heard like the audio change. I was like, what's going on? And then we're back live.
I just he should have said like, "What up? We're here at the live finale."
Yeah, yeah. Well, split.
No, that's after. We're not done yet.
Okay, all right. And so we count the votes: Courtney, Amanda, Todd, Courtney, Todd, and then Jeff says, "I'm sorry, Amanda, you've been eliminated."
Yeah, sorry, you were mathematically out.
Yeah, when does that ever happen before?
No need to rub it in.
Yeah.
Like she knows. She knows she didn't win after that final.
Like, she's not stupid.
I mean, he has like it's like Ozzy, Yule. I'm sorry, Becky, I'm sorry, you've been eliminated.
Yeah. Actually, I believe the story is Amanda only realized that she lost Survivor China when she showed up and saw no other winners on Fans versus Favorites. So maybe she didn't realize she had lost.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you think that this was the season she thought she won?
I'm not sure that Amanda ever went into the actual filming of the like reunion thinking she had won, but I think that Amanda came away from this season thinking that it was a really good shot.
Yeah, so it's not like a Russell Hantz thing where he too is going to be where Russell. I think that Russell thought he won Samoa through the whole time he filmed Heroes versus Villains, and it wasn't until after he got done playing Heroes versus Villains that Shambo said to him, "Oh, Russell, you don't think you won, did you?"
Yeah, I think that it's happened one or two other times. I think a certain finalist of season 25 also really was convinced that they had won, was spending the money there. I don't think Amanda was there yet.
Not spending the money.
That'll get you in a hole, and not like the muddy kind in Survivor China.
I mean, it might be like the muddy kind in Survivor China.
All right. And so we celebrate Todd as the winner of Survivor China, and we talk about how that he has been watching the show from the beginning. He had a game plan.
He can't believe it worked.
It worked.
Yeah,
it worked. Yeah. They spend a lot of time talking about Todd's strategy in the reunion. This you would not see this in modern day Survivor.
No, well, and that's the thing too, is in this reunion, they do a pretty good job of talking to a lot of different people. But they spend so much time talking to Todd.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time talking to Todd. They will talk to a lot of different people, but I would not say they do a great job of asking.
It's not, they don't ask good questions, but like sometimes it's like, okay, well, most of the people didn't even get to say one word. At least this time they tried to talk to lots of people.
They really do talk a lot about the game in this reunion.
Because Survivor is a game. Todd could only hope that people could understand that, and they did.
Yeah. Talking about a lot of different parts of the game. Why did Todd's riskiest moves? Anything you want to highlight about talking through the game?
I would say game related would be following up with a Zhan Robert question.
Yeah, they make a meal out of Zhan Robert there. Because Zhan Robert's like going on about like why he changed his mind and why he voted for Todd even though he said he never would. And Probst is like, let's cut the BS. Like, Todd, did you think Zhan Robert was the biggest threat? And Todd's like, oh, well, no, I played him. I lied.
He starts out with like, oh, both can be true. And then like ultimately comes around like, yeah, no, like I made a fool of him. That was what I did. Yeah.
He's like, I lied. And Zhan Robert's like, he stole $1 million. I said it in my voting confessional.
So we get some weird Jeff questions also in this reunion. He comes in a little hot with Courtney and asks her about how she was 93 pounds and then she left at 86 pounds in the game. And he asked her this question. So you were 93 pounds, you left at 86. So are you anorexic, eating disorder? What's the deal? Answer the question.
And now I think it's bold to say he came in a little hot with Courtney because that is one of the most absolute wild things that I have ever heard anyone say. Like, it's just so not okay on any level. Like, I know to some extent in Survivor, you're going to end up like commenting on people's bodies because they will lose a lot of weight on Survivor. And it'll be in the context of how hard Survivor was for them and what it did to their body and how hard it is to recover afterwards. But Jeff is like, oh, so before Survivor, though, you were sick, right? Like, what's wrong with you? And there was no reason to believe that any of those are even possibilities. Like, Courtney is small. But that's none of anybody's business, actually. Like, shut up, Jeff.
Especially because I think Courtney also said in her questionnaire that they would like pull her out in like far away from the camp and do checks on her and her weight that they weren't doing on anyone else, which you're casting her knowing her weight. Like, you did all of the medical checks ahead of time. So it seems especially weird to then make it this big deal and so crudely, especially in this type of way, that it's really bad.
I just don't understand what like he was getting at here. Like, I mean,
did he think it was like a gotcha moment where he's like, so anorexic, eating disorder, answer the question, and then Courtney's gonna be like, well, actually, I have this like, what? There's no good answer that you're getting to this question. There's no reason to ask it of anybody. There's no, like, it's one of those situations where people love to shame other people's bodies and be like, well, I'm worried about your health. Jeff, you don't give an F about Courtney's health. You don't care about anyone. Stop it. Just shut up. Nobody should ever say anything like this ever.
Like, Jeff should be thanking God that the answer was not yes, because then what? Okay, and Sprint fan favorite. Like, that is a nightmare scenario.
And like poor Courtney being like, yeah, well, I've always been small. You saw my dad. He's small too. Like, yeah, I get asked this a lot. Like, let her live. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. It's just that he came in just like as a what's the deal? Answer the question.
Yeah.
It's like what? Or why are you interrogating her? Like, I'm surprised he didn't bring a flashlight to shine in her face. Like, well, where were you last night? Like, what are you doing?
And this is like nothing that has to do. It was not like a story point on the season, like at all. Like, was this a question people were like? I did not watch the season in real time, but I don't remember anybody.
I mean, I have to guess that there probably was a lot of conjecture online, just because people can't really seem to control themselves about commenting on people's weight and bodies. And a lot of times when you see someone who's particularly small, people will make comments about, oh, maybe they're anorexic, maybe they have an eating disorder. And I really don't know why, because it's not cute and it's not okay. But I guarantee you, like, well, Survivor sex was a thing at this point, right? I guarantee you there was post after post after post criticizing Courtney's body for being small. I'm sure that like this was in the zeitgeist.
Jeff's got another question that he's gonna ask Eric. So, are you still a virgin?
Well, but so it's even worse than that though, because he goes to Jamie.
What's the deal? Answer the question.
And he brings up like, oh, well, like, so, Jamie, have you seen Eric since the show?
Popular, right?
Oh my God. And it comes up that they had like their parents live not far from each other. They went like to their parents' houses. They saw each other. Their parents met each other, like blah, blah, blah. And then Jeff really is pulling teeth to be like, oh, so are you two dating? And Jamie's like, yes, clearly uncomfortable, to which he turns to Eric and is like, so we heard you were a virgin. Is that still the case?
Yeah, it's rough. I didn't read Jamie as that uncomfortable in the question, but maybe that was something I didn't pick up
like,
on.
I think she was obviously fine talking about her relationship, but like she wasn't forthcoming about it. Like Jeff had to keep pushing.
Yeah, luckily a happy ending with Jamie and Eric still married, having a kid now to this day. But my God, Jeff, like learned some tact since then, thankfully.
But it doesn't even get any better, because then he talks to Denise about why she wears a mullet, and it gave me clinical depression to hear. Like,
why did
she's like, well, I have to have my hair short, in a hairnet, but I still want my husband to know I'm a woman, so I keep it long in the back. Ma'am, have you ever heard of a ponytail? If you want to have, you could have long hair and wear a hairnet. That's
Hey,
I'm also
possible.
curious, why is Denise wearing a hairnet as a janitor?
Well, maybe she just likes the mullet now, okay? Hey, mullets are trendy now. If she's
Now in the front, party in the back.
Hey, mullets are a thing in 2021. Like, can't criticize. People are getting them on purpose all over the place. But
Denise,
it just
what's going on with your hair? Mullet.
That's how he says it.
That's the question.
He's like, hey, I just really wanted to bring this up because I always wondered about what's going on with your hair, Denise. And then you told me why, and it just really changed my mind.
Yeah, because she's like, oh, I do it so my husband thinks of me as a woman. And Jeff's like, amazing answer. And I'm like, is it? Like, maybe he should just always think of her as a woman, Jeff.
Like, maybe Mr. Lunch Lady Denise, not so great.
Oh.
Not my favorite Robert.
Okay, I'll take it. Anything else from the reunion show that struck you?
Well, they do also talk about how Denise has lost her job as a lunch lady. They go into that.
And they give her, she gets, they're like, hold on, Mark Burnett is here. And he just got that you can have $50,000.
Yeah, it is wild, especially with what later comes after the reunion.
Yes.
So,
and that's a great reveal in the evolution of strategy where Josh Wigler did not know that story.
Was just listening again today to him finding out live that Denise was a janitor before she went on Survivor China, and in fact decided to take the janitor position as a raise. She got paid more money and willingly went to go do this job, but was talking about how her mean, evil school district wouldn't let her see her family. It was really bad. To the point where
she did what she had to do. She's a scammer.
She was a prankster. It was a prank. Gotcha.
Suddenly Rob is pro prank.
But for Denise to be like, I would never lie. How dare you all be dishonest in this game for $1 million while I do it for no reason whatsoever.
She's playing the long game. She wanted to get invited back.
I mean, do you think that like casting when she was going on the show, like told her like, you're not a custodian, you're a lunch lady?
Well, do you think like she maybe started like her original video was when she was a lunch lady and then it changed like at some point during the casting process and they were like, no, you're a lunch lady. Stop it.
Yeah. So she was a lunch lady when she played. And then when she went back, she wanted to be a custodian.
No, so she was, even before she went on the show, I like re-looked at the article today.
Yeah, I have an article open also.
Like the superintendent released a letter that in fact she had not even been a lunch lady when she went on the show, I believe, that she was already a custodian, and they were so gracious as to hold her position open and celebrate this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Denise, and then she goes on national television and vilifies them for no reason.
Yeah, so this is what the superintendent said, that although Mrs. Martin was a cafeteria employee prior to her selection as a contestant, she asked to be considered for a promotion to full-time custodian and was promoted to this position on March 30th, 2007. The promotion came with additional benefits and a higher salary. Following her leave, she then returned to the same position.
They said, don't you dare talk shit about our school district.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, I get wanting to clear the air in this situation, but also, like, who knows what school district she works for? Like, why do they feel the need to also come back at her in the press?
Yeah, they're gonna clap back. They're not
like for what? Like, okay, so she was getting $7 an hour as a lunch lady. The promotion to janitor was what, like $10 an hour? But they're paying her $10 an hour.
Yeah.
They don't need to slam her in the press.
Yeah, let her keep the 50,000. Or I don't remember if she ends up getting it. Does she donate it?
She had to give it back. Mark Burnett doesn't give out free money. Stop it.
Well, I do feel like that's like a major like ethics concern if the creator of the show can just at will give out additional
Yeah, only Sia can
money.
do that.
Yeah,
Well,
maybe
Sia's not actually associated with CBS.
maybe worse for this multi-millionaire to say, actually, never mind, custodian Denise, I'm taking back the $50,000.
Well, she should have taken responsibility for her lie. Okay, it's about personal responsibility.
Yeah. All right. Anything else? Survivor China.
No, we get James winning fan favorite and
Sure.
the preview for fans versus favorites.
Hell
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which also just brings me back to a time and a place because Jason Siska's brother was the bassist in one of my favorite bands. And so at the time, I heard a lot about how Jason Siska was on Survivor. Meant nothing to me because I didn't watch the show. And then years later, I find out he's a whole idiot.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Adam T. Siska told us all.
Let's do a couple of quick questions here.
Yeah.
Katie wants to know, obligatory, how would Todd do on Winners at War?
And now I assume we're the same thing we do every week. We say, okay, he replaces Nick Wilson, or is he replacing someone else?
Well, I wonder if do they take Adam and Todd? Like, I kind of feel like that they're sort of like in a similar spot.
Yes, I think Adam and Todd are more similar in personality.
I think
Adam's
they're wrong.
great in Winners at War. I would love to have them both, but I just kind of feel like that if they're looking, if they're
I don't know, because I think you can almost frame it though if Todd and Adam are both there as like Todd is like one of the original like super fan winners and Adam is the one down. Like you could almost see like Adam as an evolution of Todd and them playing that for a storyline.
Yeah.
Because I feel like
because I always feel like there's a lot of talk of replacing Adam on that cast, but I feel like he is also a recent winner who has a very popular storyline that connects with people. He's a really good narrator as well, so I'm not sure that he's getting replaced in all these timelines.
like Adam's beloved.
Well, let's say with either tribe he ends up on, I think he does fairly okay.
So, I think he's very connected to Sandra. I think that they've been friends. So I think he actually does better on the tribe that has and don't ask me the tribe names. The tribe with Sandra and Yul and Sophie. I think he does better on that tribe.
Yeah, those are the three that immediately jump out to me as great allies for Todd. And I think that he is smart enough to recognize also the direction that the game is going in and can actually get in with these new school players. So that would have been good.
Yeah. And even if he had done poorly, I think Todd on Edge of Extinction would have been really funny.
That's true too.
He would not have been having it.
Yeah. Additionally, I think part of another reason why this season could like hit very well for other people, and what would have been really nice to have on Winners at War is one gay cast member on the cast. We have 20 straight players on Winners at War. Not fun to have like had that list locked in and see that Todd was excluded. I had pretty much suspected it would be the case when all the rumors were going around, but I think Todd was one of the bigger misses that they missed out on.
Yeah, it still hurts not to see him, even if you can understand why he would maybe be missed.
Okay. How would Amanda have done on the Winners at War? What about Courtney?
Courtney on Winners at War is such a thought.
Okay, here's the thing. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but my favorite moment of Winners at War is when Sandra gets voted off, steps foot on EOE and goes, I'm not doing this, and leaves. It's my favorite moment of the whole season. She did what she had to do, and I respect it. And Courtney would have done the exact same thing, and I would have loved that also. Anyone delegitimizing the Edge of Extinction is a win in my book.
Okay.
I think that Amanda has the potential to do really well. Ultimately, I think she's one of the players through Survivor history, as exemplified on her 3 runs, where you can lock her in to make at least a decent run on a season. I don't think anyone's looking at her as too threatening, but I think she also is an active player who's good at making social relationships that can carry her decently. I don't know that she's well connected, which is probably going to hurt her a lot, but I think she's a decent enough player to get out of that.
Well, and the other thing too is, so if Amanda's on Winners at War, that means that this is a world where she at the very least figured out how to do final tribal council. So, because she would have it wouldn't necessarily have been this season that she had won to end up on Winners at War. And she's also like pretty like on the younger side too. Like she would have like, even though her season like would have been so long ago, she still would have been able to connect, I think, with the younger players because she's closer in age to a lot of them.
Okay. And then Soy Gonzalez is how does Courtney win the game?
Voting out Todd at Final Four. I think ultimately is the move. He didn't have immunity. It doesn't really show us a lot from Courtney's perspective in the game. Who knows if she ever really considered it, but we're given a lot of why didn't Amanda do it? Why didn't Amanda do it? Why didn't Amanda do it? Where I think if you go through the votes, like Jamie and PG, I think really we're searching for like an actively like good game player to vote for. And so I think even against Todd, they were inclined to vote for Amanda, but Amanda falls apart so badly at that tribal council that Courtney does so well. And I can't imagine Denise doing phenomenally, where I think that she may pick up, 3-4 votes at least in that scenario.
Now, and this is against everything I believe in.
Yes.
If Courtney had just been nice to Zhan Robert, even though he was horrible, I think he would have just voted for her. And that's at least
at the final tribal council.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it sucks to think about because he's a total creep and gross. But I think that if she had just like entertained it, it's gross to think of that as being a thing that someone
she could tell him off 10 minutes after the tribal council.
Yeah. I mean, that still doesn't get her all the way there for the final tribal council as is, but that's one more. And it's gross and I don't like saying it, but it could have gotten her a vote.
Yeah.
I'm glad she didn't do that though.
Okay.
Yeah. I love Courtney. Ultimately, I am very happy with Todd as a winner. Would have been almost as happy with Amanda as a winner as well. I really do like Amanda and think she's a good player. Courtney is great, but I don't know that I needed Courtney to win this season.
I just think.
All right. Well, actually, can we go back to Kirsten, what you were saying? So, okay. Zhan Robert has now voted for Courtney. It's now a 3-3-1 tie. Amanda is now the laurel. Amanda has to cast a vote for the winner.
That's hard.
That's tough.
I like
She's mad at Todd from the night before when he reacted at tribal council.
Ooh, yeah.
Is she really vindictive?
I don't think she is.
I feel like that we never really got a lot of like, do Amanda and Courtney pass the Bechtold test in the season? Do they ever have like a one-on-one conversation?
There are one-on-one conversations, but I do think it's about Todd.
Yeah.
So I don't know how well that goes.
They might not. But if we're watching the season where it's a tie at Final Tribal Council and Amanda breaks it, we probably would see more of her relationship with Courtney too.
I mean, we also get for how many votes in a row Amanda saying, I'm going to betray Todd, I'm going to betray Todd, I'm going to betray Todd. I think at that final vote, she may think like, oh, I could really stick it to him, but I'm going to vote for him to win again. Just keep going along with the plan.
But that would also have been iconic.
It would feel, I could imagine that Amanda playing so closely with Todd also there. Like you kind of want to validate your own game by voting for someone who played so similarly as well.
You cursor that I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
I was going to say like Courtney winning obviously doesn't push Survivor forward in a strategic way. It's not like as groundbreaking as what Todd is able to do and how it wouldn't have as much of an impact in the future. But I think that for mouthy little brats everywhere like myself, it would have been really nice to see Courtney win.
Well, you don't know how it would have changed the show. Like it might have been like, hey, like just just you could tell people off a little bit more. Like maybe it doesn't need to be like as analytical.
It could just be a little more fun, you know.
So yeah, who knows? Who knows what that world is like? All right, let's get to our survey question.
Yes.
And in our survey, we asked the listeners, who in this season is your most valuable player?
It's Todd, I think.
It's Todd.
Yeah.
61% of the vote went to Todd, 20% for Courtney, 6%. So the whole final three makes it to the MVP.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. You could throw James in there with some votes, but otherwise, I think that final three is really strong.
Yeah.
I believe this is the first time that this has happened in the 36 seasons that we've done, where the top three vote getters for MVP are 1, 2, 3, the order of finish in the season.
So you're saying Denise did not come in fourth?
I don't know. I only get to but that's pretty good. I mean, I think that speaks to maybe one of the reasons why people like the season so much, that the three like most valuable players ends up being the final three in the season.
Yep. Again, I think it's a super strong final three, both from a character perspective and a player perspective. So I think that really carries a lot of weight.
Like, how often do you get the final three and you're like, oh, any one of these people would be like a fine winner at least?
Not often. All right. What one-time player would you most like to see come back and play in a future season?
Todd.
The answer is Todd. 70% said Todd. 12.9% said Frosty. And then 4% said Jean Robert.
No, take it back.
Okay, 4% of people wasted their vote on Zhan Robert, while Sharia's right there.
One-time players here. So let me give you the other nominees. Lunch Lady Denise.
No, we don't need it.
Eric.
Hey, custodian Denise needs the money.
Yeah, Frosty.
Frosty's fine. He's in my top three.
Yeah,
top four maybe.
Actually, was Frosty was already second in the poll, so he can't be in the running for third. Jamie,
I can't believe Jamie didn't do better.
I thought she was popular. Come on, guys.
He's like kind of an ironic favorite, I feel like, with some circles.
Then Sharia,
I would have
robbed from this vote.
Yeah.
Dave
Mine would
Cruiser.
No.
Leslie Neese.
Those four we don't need.
Chicken Morris.
Yeah.
Damn.
I think for me it's Todd, Jamie, and Sharia. Those are my three that I would personally like to see again.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then let's go to in our next survey question. What name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that?
Leslie? Or Aaron, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is probably Leslie, but I'm very curious what percent Eric got.
So it was Leslie, 26%. Ashley Massaro had 19.8%. Dave Cruiser, 18.4%. Most underrated player of the season.
I'm gonna go Courtney.
I'm gonna go Amanda.
It is Amanda. 28% for Amanda, 25% for Courtney, 21% for PG. I think it's hard. I feel like that Amanda might be overrated in terms of like what she actually does here in the season.
That's interesting. I don't know. I think that Amanda, career-wise, I think is a little underrated. I really would have loved to see how she does in Heroes versus Villains, having gotten to watch her final Tribal Council performances. I think that she was in a really good position there. But I think she's like, it's a battle between, is it overblown what her chances would be given her final Tribal Council performance could improve on, or is she always going to fall flat like that, really?
I would like to see it.
Yeah.
All right. The newly rebranded Natalie Cole Award for Best Merge Boot.
Ooh.
Best pre-merge boot. I feel like the RHAP audience is in a position where a lot of people will vote chicken.
I think so too. I want it to be Sharia though.
Yeah,
I'm going
for
Sharia.
me, it's Sharia.
Okay. I have some good news and bad news.
Oh.
Okay. Sharia is tied for the co-winner of the Natalie Cole Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot.
Iconic.
With 27.26%. With Aaron Reisenberger.
What? Why?
I think people think he got swap screwed.
I understand.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him like special.
No.
Steve Chicken Morris was third, 23%.
Aaron coming in hot. No, yikes. He is not a bad player, I don't think, but I don't think he jumps off the screen by
But
any
he's not like
means.
a good player either. Like to
No.
me, Aaron is there.
No, he's not that good. He got good at it. He wasn't that good. Okay. Over the 40 seasons, how would you rank the winner? 1 being the very best, 40 being the worst.
All right.
Okay.
So I know us personally, I look a lot at how someone minimizes risk in their game, opportunities that they could have gone home if someone different won immunity, if someone had played an idol, something like that. I have Todd very high in my winner rankings, personally around the top 3. But I am assuming based on this being an average, Todd's going to fall around, let's say 9.
See, I thought he was gonna fall like a little bit lower than that, like around 12.
Okay. All right. Split the difference. 10.84 is what the audience rated. Now, again, then we slot that in terms of like then where they actually fall. And so Todd right now has the 4th highest ongoing winner ranking, putting him behind just Tony in Winners at War, Kim, and Jeremy Collins, and then Todd, followed by Yul Kwan. So top 4 finish. So Scally has him at 3rd overall. He's at 4th overall with only 4 seasons to go.
Yeah, I think I technically have him at 2nd fighting with Earl, but he top 4 right now is not bad. I am not angry at that at all.
It is a dominant win, and it's uncharacteristically like he's not somebody that you would look to like as like the leader of a tribe, and he is able to do it really from never like having other people be the leader, but he's always controlling the vote in the season. It's a very dominant performance.
Yeah. And he's seen as schemy from day one and is able to continue to play a very like strategic game, even though people like are expecting him to be strategic. It's impressive.
Yeah. And I think just people look at I'm not saying he's Kim, but people look at Kim and say like the Kim was never at risk of going home. Kim had a ton of options. She had relationships with everybody. I think Todd had a lot of that in his game. Not quite to the extent, but had options for sure.
Okay. Was the season too low, too high, or just right?
I think people are gonna say just right. I think it could be like a little higher personally, but
okay. People did say just right. 46%. All right. Do you want to hear that? Maybe you don't. Where does this fall in my rewatchability rankings?
Yeah, I'm scared.
It's fine, Rob. I have no expectation. Just tell us the truth.
I'm gonna have this as the 9th best season I watched this season or this year, and I have it right next to Tocantins because to me, Tocantins in China, these are the 2 seasons that were the good seasons that I didn't watch in the real time. That China has a lot of good stuff. We've talked about it, ad nauseum tonight. Todd is great. Lots of great characters, but it's a little bit of a straight shot after a certain point. There are, a few boring votes down the stretch. Very good season. But again, these are my personal enjoyment rankings. I have it at number 9. And don't worry, I mean, the people that usually drag me about this kind of stuff don't listen 4 hours and 34 minutes into the podcast or whatever.
Well, I'm going to send them the timestamp. So
No.
Wow, how you used to stick up for Rob about half an hour ago.
Well, then he hurt my feelings.
Yeah, he did put China 9th, so that's fair.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, what's next is the question.
I
There
have
are
to
four.
plead
Let me tell you what.
plead
There are
the
4
fifth.
seasons that we haven't talked about: Survivor Pearl Islands, Survivor Fans versus Favorites, Survivor Heroes versus Villains, Survivor Cagayan.
So for myself, in my own rankings, I have Pearl Islands the lowest out of the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to stick with that as a guess.
I have to plead the fifth as I know what's coming next.
Okay. Oh, all right. So, I can tell you the audience predicted that next week we'll talk about Survivor Pearl Islands.
There were
Are
you,
they correct? Let's see. The number 4 season of all time, according to the listeners of Robin's podcast. We saw a preview of it. It is going to be Survivor Micronesia. And this has been interesting for like the 3rd or 4th time that we've done seasons that are back to back. I think it was 35, 36, I think went back to back. 8 and 9 went back to back. And now here we go. 15 and 16 back to back. A little surprised. Fans versus Favorites coming in at 4. I feel like that traditionally, it's usually like in the top 2, maybe falling out of favor a little bit. We'll talk about it next week with Mari Forth and Lindsay Wilson back.
Yay!
With us, talk more Survivor. So are you surprised Fans versus Favorites at number 4?
I'm a little surprised. I would have thought that it would be like at least 3rd place.
Yeah. That's it for me. That is the case as well. I feel like it was locked top 2 for so long. And recently, I feel like it's become more of a top 3 discussion in terms of the popular sentiment. So I'm surprised to see it fall at 4.
Yeah. It's a big shock. I think one of the biggest shocks of the whole countdown is that Micronesia not in the top 3.
I think it's also too, like, I don't know, maybe people have just like forgotten about it. I don't know.
They forgot about it.
I think that when you are rewatching it for next week, you're gonna be like, why is this in 4th?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe people were weighting their votes, thinking it doesn't need it; it'll be fine.
Got too cute. Yeah.
Well, that's what happens when you get too cute.
So that's what's coming up next Tuesday night. Let me tell you a little bit about what's coming up here on Rob Has a Podcast Wednesday night. Boy, what a iconic duo we'll have with us on the podcast to recap Wednesday night's Big Brother. It is going to be Puya and Liana to talk
Puyana.
Yes, coming up on Wednesday night. Hope you can join us then. Then, if you missed it on Monday night, I had so much fun talking about everything going on the slop with Chantel Francis. Had so much fun talking about a certain Big Brother relationship drama that has gone sour. Lots of fun stuff going on over on the slop in our Patreon podcast feed. Had another great podcast on Monday night when my co-host Chappelle, we welcomed in, it was Asia Welch and Jason Reed to talk about the return of MTV Cribs.
I'm proud of Chappelle for graduating to co-host.
Yes, that if I mean, I don't think it was a graduate. It wasn't like a Lunch Lady Denise promotion. I just found out he likes to say the title.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because he used to say, "Oh no, I don't co-host anything. I'm a guest." So now he considers himself a co-host. Now that you've given him the affirmation there.
Is a real Lunch Lady Denise lying about it.
When will you release a statement to the press that he was a co-host all along?
Fine. No statement needed. Okay. Boy, had a lot of fun. Even though Kirsten McInnes said, who is this for? The rave reviews.
It turns out a lot of people.
Yes,
a lot of people, just not me.
three fast, 3 furious. We watched 9 Fast and Furious movies at 3x.
I just think it's
On
a
Rob McKee
little
Need a podcast. Yes.
it's a little cute of you to criticize me for watching Criminal Minds when you're watching movies on 3X.
Mm-hmm.
You 9 movies in a week.
Yeah, but you're doing it for fun.
Well, it seems like you had a lot of fun on RHAP, and we already also agreed that we're the same. How dare you?
Yeah. All right. Then, this Saturday, it's going to be new patron orientation for the month of August. We have a lot of fun getting to say hello to the new patrons. I'll walk you through all of the patron benefits. That's going to be this Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, of course. So much going on in our patron podcast feed, including the Slop, the BBQ&A with Taryn. We'll do our patron feedback show, answering more of your questions about this very season of Survivor, coming up on Thursday with Randy Newpel and Rosie DeMario, and of course the Patron 5 for 5, all at robbinswebsite.com/patron. Of course, visit robbinswebsite.com/offers to get all of those offer codes from the sponsors of Robbins Podcast. And be sure to subscribe on YouTube and on social media. Follow us on Twitter or on Instagram at RHAP Grams. Thanks so much, Scott, behind the scenes for that. All right, Kirsten, what's coming up for you?
Well, Love Island USA is finally over. So Scally and I recapped the finale with Puya this week. Riverdale is back. So
Yes.
Frail, Mary, and myself are breaking down the second half of season 5 over on Kowski Cast. That's Cow with a K. As well as BoJack Horsepod is my weekly BoJack rewatch with Lindsay Wilson, who's going to be on the ranking pod next week. And then Jenny Autumn and myself are going to break down the end of F-Boy Island. I think we've had a scheduling thing, but it will come out at some point.
I started watching it.
Instantly iconic, right?
Yeah, it was fun.
Like maybe halfway through the first episode, you're like, okay, yes, this is instantly iconic.
I think I was more into it than Nicole was. So, I like when Nicole is also like enjoying the show.
Oh, I thought she'd like it. Okay. Well, I was wrong.
She's so classy. She's like that they're like, these people, all they're trying to do is be F boys.
Well, it's called F-Boy Island.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Also
like debauchery like I do.
Well,
she's changed.
She's changed. Also, though, if people want to hear more from what I'm doing, just follow me everywhere at Kirsten Said What, including twitch.tv/Kirsten Said What. Now that Love Island's over, I have more time to stream, so I'll be there for all the K-babes.
Okay. And Scally, how about for you?
So, as always, on Twitter at Brian_Scally, where I will tweet out anything I'm doing, including if Nicole or anyone else is looking for a very classy show. Myself and Matt Ligori are talking about The Challenge over on the Tom and Colin podcast. So that's a lot of fun. Only one episode a week to talk about, so nice change of pace. But yeah, super fun talking about great premiere, tons of new faces, so easy season to jump in on for The Challenge.
Okay. All right. Well, great job, both of you here tonight. This was a very fun recap of Survivor China. And thank you all so much for spending so much time with us here on the Top 40 Countdown. Only 4 seasons left. The light is at the end of the tunnel. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.